Welcome to the third hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 8, Customer Service, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Hoenig and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of local government. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, and thank you for giving your time to give evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could I please ask you to state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And I'll begin from my left.
Yep, I'm Douglas Walther, Executive Director at the Office of Local Government. I swear that the evidence now about to be given to me by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Brett Whitworth, Deputy Secretary, Office of Local Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Kirsten Emma Fishburn, Secretary, Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
John Tracy, Deputy Director General for Biosecurity and Food Safety. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Kim Filmer, Chief Animal Welfare Officer, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Could we get Melissa Gibbs, please? Oh, they're only... Okay, so you don't need to do that. Okay, great. Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated to government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. We will begin with questions from the opposition. The Honourable Scott Farlow.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Minister. How are you?
Morning, Mr. Farlow.
Minister, is there anything stopping councillors found to be engaged in serious corrupt conduct from standing for council again in September?
They can only be stopped from standing for council in September if they are disqualified from civic office.
So, with respect to Mr Sarekis, who was, of course, on Canada Bay Council, you took action to remove him from the council. Could he stand again foreseeably for council elections in September?
He can't stand again for council elections in September because I recommended, the Governor approved his disqualification from civic office for 5 years. So he's effectively unable to stand for the next 2 elections. You do have circumstances at this stage, the only power of disqualification absent a power to disqualify somebody is with NCAT, if I could use that anachronism, which I'm not too good usually at using anachronisms, but it's part of the problem. So, for example, that former Liberal Party councillor, Con Hindi, he's before...
And the former Labor Party councillor, Councillor Badalati?
Yeah, but Hindi is before Badalati's that issue's been resolved. But Hindi it has been pursued by the Office of Local Government through NCAT. They've had a hearing to try and disqualify him, and they've been told informally it won't happen until November. So he could foreseeably run as a candidate in September, get himself elected, and, you know, we just have to wait to see what happens with NCAT then in November.
And the distinction with the case with Councillor Badalati, or former Councillor Badalati, what's the distinction?
I think, I'll just check with Mr Whitworth, I think Badalati didn't contest the disqualification, did he?
Mr Badalati is not a councillor
Yes.
at the current point in time. There is an ICAC recommendation to the Director of Public Prosecutions about a number of people as a result of Operation Galley, and so any ability for Councillor Badalati to contest the next election will be dependent on any action that the DPP takes.
So, with the case of Councillor Badalati, he could foreseeably run in September?
He could foreseeably run in September, that's right. He's not subject to a disqualification process through NCAT at the moment, but as I did say before, there are recommendations from the ICAC to the Director of Public Prosecutions about taking action against a number of councillors, and one of the points of disqualification for a councillor from holding office is that they have a serious criminal offence against them. So that would have, if that is successful, that would lead to him not being able to hold office.
So the Minister's taken action with respect to former Councillor Sarekas, and he would be disqualified from running again in September, that is correct?
That's correct.
However, with these councillors who, I think that was Operation Galley, wasn't it, in terms of those findings, so both of those councillors could foreseeably run in September?
Yes.
Do you believe that this is a satisfactory situation?
I don't believe that the councillor behavioural framework, if I can use that expression, is adequate at all to deal with either serious corrupt conduct or alternatively even dealing with relatively minor behavioural problems.
So while Councillor Sarekas, or former Councillor Sarekas I should say, is disqualified from running in September, Councillors Badalati and Hindi aren't. Minister, are you considering any changes to be able to disqualify those that are found of serious corrupt conduct by the ICAC to disqualify them from running for office?
Well, the Independent Commission Against Corruption has within it the ability to recommend suspension and disqualification, and chose not to do that, as it did for the former Mayor of Canada Bay. Those other issues are wrapped up in an entire councillor conduct framework that has been, which I'm currently reviewing in a way in which to try and get this sector to move forward so it operates in a better, more lawful way, so that people who are accused and engage in corrupt conduct or extreme behaviour or behaviour not becoming elected representatives need to be dealt with reasonably quickly with clear laws in the form of an act or regulation and procedures. So when the current framework was put into place, they limited the availability. For example, the Office of Local Government's maximum penalty is to suspend somebody for 3 months, and then if the matter is more serious, to refer to NCAT. They then end up in a lengthy process. I suppose you need a thorough process because there is a presumption of innocence, but the period's taking far too long. It's becoming more serious now because the integrity agencies are now referring matters to the Office of Local Government whilst they're undertaking their normal processes, and these matters, as you would imagine, are far more serious, We can't be left in a situation whereby serious conduct suffers the ravages of extended delays because of the system in NCAT.
So, Minister, with respect to the distinction that exists here, there is a distinction because Mr Sarekis was a serving councillor at the time of that determination by the ICAC. However, Messrs Hindi and Badalati both weren't serving councillors, so they weren't subject to a code of conduct, and I suspect that ICAC didn't make a recommendation with respect to their disqualification because they weren't serving councillors at the time. Do you think this is a loophole that needs to be addressed?
I don't see that as a particular loophole because you're asking me to interpret something that occurred before my time as minister, which is not apparent from my reading of the reports in respect of that matter.
But the SICAC report was handed down when you were minister.
It may well be. No, not the Hindi.
Yes, it was. Operation Galley.
It was. The other matter that you need to, I suppose, take into consideration is that they've been referred to the Director of Public Prosecutions. There is a presumption of innocence that applies. The mere fact that the Independent Commission Against Corruption makes a factual finding or a determination under its Act, it doesn't do so on admissible evidence. It can do so on first, second or third-hand hearsay. Absent them making a recommendation to me, as they did in the Sarekis matter, where I was required to read their report and I was required to consider the evidence, I was required to put aside the evidence given under Section 38 objections, just in case those findings were challenged, to make an independent determination. That was my statutory function and duty. Those other matters, I'm not really in a position. Well, firstly, I don't have the statutory right to do so. Secondly, I'm not sure whether or not jumping in like that on a one-off loophole is necessarily the right way to approach those matters, absent me looking at all of the councillor conduct framework as a whole.
So Minister, with respect to former councillors Badalati and Hindi, you would not be envisaging taking any action to disqualify them before the local government election, and also I would say don't believe you have the power to do so at this stage?
Well, I don't have the power to do so.
Sorry, if I could just, we do have action underway to seek a disqualification of Councillor Hindi through WNCAT. Former Councillor Hindi.
So why is there a distinction between former Councillor Hindi then and former Councillor Badalati?
That the action through NCAT arises not as a result of the ICAC matters, but as a result of separate code of conduct matters.
Okay, so relating to his time as a Hurstville councillor with respect to the code of conduct at that time?
Georges River councillor, but yes.
Georges River, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. So just in regards to that, so he was then, and sorry for my lack of memory on this, but he was then re-elected to the Georges River Council following the amalgamation, whereas Councillor Badalati wasn't. Is that correct? Or?
No, I think they were both re-elected too.
Both re-elected, okay.
It's testing my memory, but I think they were both re-elected. And the code of, and now I recall, the code of conduct matters relating to those matters related to their behaviour on Georges River Council.
But with respect to that, you're saying that the only code of conduct breach was from Councillor Hindi, not from Councillor Badalati?
No, I think there was, Badalati had breaches too, didn't he? They don't come to me, code of conduct breaches.
No, they don't come, and we don't tend to talk about code of conduct breaches because of the importance of the process and recognising that we shouldn't be publicising them in such a way that they become weaponised. We can take on notice, if you'd like, any code of conduct, information that we can provide about councillors, because there were 3 councillors in the ICAC report, so we can do that about those 3 councillors. But definitely, Councillor Hindi was subject to what we believed was serious misconduct, which was worthy of an NCAT process, and because he was also a former councillor by the time we were able to finalise the investigation reports, the NCAT was our option in terms of enforcing that sanction.
Thank you, Mr Whitworth. And Mr Minister, with respect to the Code of Conduct, and you of course are conducting a review, is it looking at taking into account some of these concerns?
Yes.
I'll hand you over to Ms McDonald.
Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Mrs McDonald.
How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
That's good, that's good. I will go to the misconduct framework, and at the last budget estimates you stated you would not be implementing any of the recommendations from the review into the misconduct framework for councils, and that you would need to start again. Have you made a start on that framework?
Well, when you say a start, I am almost constantly looking at ways in which I can improve the situation and provide the right sort of framework. The other thing is that it's a lot more difficult than I thought it would be for a variety of reasons. Firstly, the staff of the council need to be protected beyond the occupational health and safety provisions. They need to be protected against coercion, pressure, corrupt conduct. And so they need to be placed in a separate category to preserve their professionalism, and not be wrapped up in a convoluted council behavioural framework. In fact, my view is that needs to be strengthened. And that's a view that has become apparent to me last time I spoke to you.
You did say that the Code of Conduct system is broken in its current form last time.
Yes, yes, and I think that's reflected in our election commitment and is reflected with what I've told you. But I just want to give you a very clear illustration of what's wrong with it. This is the model Code of Conduct, 61 pages. These are democratically elected, effectively not much more than volunteers councillors who give up their time to serve their local community. There's more than 1,200 of them who are dedicated and committed, who are required. 61 pages. This is the Code of Conduct, 61 pages. This is the procedures for the administration of the Code of Conduct. Okay. That's 51 pages.
Right. So it sounds like
now
you've got a lot of work there.
one thing, I don't want to take up time.
No.
This 4.5 pages is a legislative council's Code of Conduct.
Right, okay, so you're giving me a comparison.
So apart from anecdotally looking and talking to people about its administration, I mean, an experienced barrister would struggle to know what these are, and every time there's misbehaviour or corrupt conduct, or some council spends some money and it appears in the headline, we're going to fix it by putting a Code of Conduct. So we're going to fix registered lobbyists by sticking in a Code of Conduct. We're going to fix it all by sticking in a model Code of Conduct. And you end up with an encyclopedia that nobody themselves actually knows or understands.
So, Minister, thank you for that explanation and going into the detail there. Do you, given that it was an election promise, and the local government elections are going to be in September, will you have reviewed these Code of Conduct so that the community can have assurances when they go to those polls in September that the system that's already broken won't continue as it currently is, that there'll be a fresh start, basically?
That really is my ambition, but can I tell you, for example, there are provisions in this model code that is inconsistent with the implied freedoms of political communication that have been determined by the High Court. There are attempts in the code to silence democratically elected councillors by telling them that they can't say something that might bring the council into disrepute, which is effectively trying to muzzle democratically elected people who can't say what the general public can say. There are very fine lines between what may or may not constitute a conflict of interest that is making the life of hard-working, honest, dedicated councillors virtually impossible. I wish it was easier, Mrs McDonald. I wish I would. I thought I could probably write it myself.
Yes, you said that at the last budget estimates.
But it's harder. It's harder than what I thought it is.
And so I just wondered, because you said you had two jobs. You're the Minister for Local Government, and you're also the Leader of the House in a minority government with 11 crossbench.
Yeah, well, I used to be a public defender and also the Mayor of Botany, so I'm used to it.
And you said if you could set aside a couple of months and conduct the misconduct framework yourself. You've had a bit of a break during the last budget estimates, 1 week of sitting. When will you get this reform? And you've said that it's important. When will you get it done?
I'm going to try and get it done as soon as I possibly can get it done. Mrs McDonald,
Can you give me a timeline, like as soon as possible? When is as soon as possible?
Because I'm not going to roll my arm over. I'm not going to just pick up some consultant's report. You know, those consultants that you pay and lend them your watch for them to tell you the time.
Yep.
I'm not going to pick up a consultant's report and just say, look, I've done it, see, here I am, terrific Minister for Local Government, I've achieved something.
Yep.
I've got a unique time frame to do this, whereby, you know, consulting with my predecessor, there's a window of opportunity whilst I'm in this portfolio, whilst I can get some bipartisan support for me to achieve a significant reform in this sector that's probably a generation overdue. I can't do it by just simply preparing a document and say, look, I've done it. I've got to try and fix it, and I can't give you a time frame because every time I think I have a solution,
I've only got 1 minute. Yes, Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Miller.
That's all right. I was just going to say you have less sitting weeks this year, so perhaps you'll get some time. Because you won't be sitting, so you won't have to be managing the House, and you'll get some time to get this done.
Maybe having less upper house estimates to give the House could sit more often.
Well, you agreed to this in
we did it.
We only get you twice a year. We only get you twice. You know that.
And you were.
I'd rather the House sit more often, to be frank.
Would you?
Yeah, I think we all would, rather than upper house estimates. So.
And I note also from your diaries, you've only had. I think you have time, and that you can make it a priority. You said it's a priority. It begs the question: what have you been doing with the time?
So, since I have been Minister for Local Government, I have met with Ballina Shire Council, Bathurst Regional Council, Bayside Council, Bogan Shire Council, Berkshire Council, Brewarrina Shire Council, Broken Hill City Council, Burwood Council, Byron Shire Council, Campbelltown City Council, Canterbury Bankstown Council, Canada Bay Council, Central Darling Shire Council 3 times, Cessnock City Council, City of Newcastle, City of Sydney 4 times, Clarence Valley Council, Cobar Shire Council, Cootamundra Gundagai Shire Council, Regional Council, Federation Council, Gunnedah Shire Council, Hunters Hill Council, Kyoga Shire Council, Lachlan Shire Council, Lane Cove Council, Lismore City Council, Liverpool Plains Shire Council, Narromine Shire Council, North Sydney Council, Penrith Council, Randwick Council 3 times, Richmond Valley Council, Rouse County Council, Snowy Valleys Council twice, Temora Shire twice, Tenterfield Shire Council, Tweed Shire Council, Upper Hunter Shire Council, Upper Lachlan Shire Council, Wagga Wagga City Council, Walgett Shire Council, Warren Shire Council, Waverley Council, Yass Valley Council, including meeting with the boards of Canberra Regional Organisation, Central New South Wales Joint Organisation, Northern Rivers Organisation, Riverina Eastern Regional Organisation twice, Western Regional Organisation of Councils, New South Wales Joint Organisation, chairs, Parkland councils, regional councils, as well as with a variety of stakeholders of the RSPC, Animal Welfare, RSPCA, as well as a number of other stakeholders, events and things that don't need to be disclosed.
You're the lucky star of local government.
I'll make a song out of you, Ron, one day.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning, Dr. Tone.
That my questions are about de-amalgamation.
Sure.
Last estimates, and I'm going to quote you, you said, there is a Labor Party commitment in relation to permitting demergers if that be the view of the communities, verified by a local plebiscite and a business case. And I've been very careful to quote you verbatim because you've said, if that be the view of the communities,
yes.
Because you've now introduced legislation to provide a pathway to demerger, which is an important step in the right direction. But I understand that under that proposed legislation, the demerger must be led by the council itself, not led by the community.
Yes.
Where does that leave smaller communities that have been disenfranchised, like Urana, Guyra, Bombala, Pittwater and others?
Because of 218CC, we sought to provide a council-led demerger. It was that section that I targeted with Labor's policy commitment, election commitment. And I have, and as part of that bill I've introduced, it ensures the Boundaries Commission is really the first step of the process because it needs independent analysis and it needs a determination as to cost. And then I inserted a compulsory referendum where the costs get put to the referendum. That's my mode of reasoning. It's not the only vehicle within the Act to create a demerger for those small communities or anybody else. There are other statutory provisions that create that. So, for example, Section 215 of the Local Government Act does exactly what you asked. If I invite your attention to 215, it says, who may initiate a proposal? A proposal may be made by the Minister or may be made to the Minister by a council affected by the proposal or an appropriate minimum number of electors. Subsection 2, an appropriate minimum number of electors is A, if a proposal applies to the whole of an area, the proposal is that part of the area to be constituted as a new area, 250 of the enrolled electors for the existing area or 10% of them, whichever is greater. Or B, if a proposal relates to part of an area, 250 of the enrolled electors for that part, or 10%, whichever is the lesser. So, in answer to your question is that that's not the only statutory provision for those smaller communities can have the opportunity of pursuing those things under Section 215.
Okay. And is that your commitment that if those smaller communities contact you under that provision of the Act, that you'll facilitate progression of that demerger case?
No, I'll tell you, if smaller communities put a proposal together under Section 215, then I will consider it in accordance with my statutory duty. But can I just say this, Dr. Conn? As you know, not only the Labor Party's position, but my personal position, of which I am on the Hansard regularly, being not only opposed to forced amalgamation. I've tabled documents of signed letters signed by the leader of the National Party and leader of the Liberal Party and leader of and Paul Toole, who became the Minister for Local Government, who merged councils. That I've opposed to it. I said what would happen. What's happened. But you've probably also noticed over the last couple of months there's been a change of language of mine too, because what's happened, and I propose to give the sector an opportunity of going through a process if they want to go through a process. But either they go through this process, but the sector has to move on. Either they democratically proceed down a de-amalgamation process, or they have to settle down and move on. No community forgives amalgamations. They hate it. They merged Mascot and Botany in 1948, and I can tell you there are people in Mascot and Botany who to this day have not forgiven the New South Wales government for the merger. But they either demerge or they move on. They can't keep using demerger as an excuse. I shouldn't say that's the wrong word, because the shambles has been hoisted on them. They just have to move on or demerge, one or the other.
Last estimates, you also said Labor has a policy in relation to mergers that it took to the election. I'm bound by that policy and I will implement that policy to the best of my ability.
Yes.
Now, it's the understanding of communities, because it was Labor in opposition who inserted the clause into the Local Government Act, that the state actually has some financial liability to cover the cost of demergers. I understand the estimates for that cost are broad-ranging, and we had this discussion at the last hearing, but given that communities impacted by forced amalgamation have borne the cost for that time and time again, and the latest evidence of that was the University of Newcastle's report into the Financial Sustainability of Federation Council. It was just released in November. Clearly their financial position has been heavily impacted by amalgamation. Is it fair to those communities to now ask them to pay the cost again?
Nearly all these amalgamated councils have financial sustainability problems. Many of them are a shambles. There's one or two shining lights, others are a shambles. They're all struggling, just as we forecast. The government paid something like $632 million to these councils to get them to merge. And I hasten to say some of these councils were set up to fail during periods of administration, even before the council was even got there. But if you're asking me about the amendment that was carried by the upper house in 2021, I think it was, that was proposed in opposition. Firstly, we weren't the government. Two, the government of the day accepted that amendment in the Legislative Council, in the Legislative Assembly, when they had a majority. The government of New South Wales must have known that 218CC provided no mechanism to actually effect a demerger. That's probably why they agreed. They must have known that subsection 6 was so vaguely written.
Sorry to interrupt you, Minister. We've got very little time, so I just want to redirect you. I appreciate that this isn't your fault, but I don't think impacted communities are interested in a tit-for-tat between Labor and the Coalition about how we got here. These councils are clearly in a shambles. I come back to Federation Council because you talked about Urana in your second reading speech. The report found that Federation Council is both highly inefficient and financially unsustainable as a result of the merger, and that redress of market failure or government failure are now the core business of local government in small regional communities. My question very specifically was, do you think it's fair to those communities to now have to foot the bill again for, we are realistically talking about the failures of the previous government, but that's not what they're interested in.
Well, can I say, firstly, I'm not tit for tat with the former coalition government on this issue. I've accepted that the matter has to be resolved and move on. And in fact, my predecessor has been considerably helpful in giving me the background of a number of processes within my portfolio. It is the function of elected people to deal with the situation that they find themselves in, should they not wish to proceed down the merger process. Responsible government cannot, $187 billion deficit, AAA credit rating at risk, a responsible government cannot give and commit to an uncapped, unquantified financial commitment to local authorities that have emerged, irrespective of it. Secondly, I think I went to a lot of trouble last time to try and convey to you, and I probably did it in a far too verbose way, of saying, how much is it? How much actually is it? How do you quantify what that is? So if I use...
Sorry, Minister, just in our last 20 seconds, you've
Yep.
just said that you wouldn't agree to uncapped or unquantified.
Yes.
Does that mean that you would agree to the state government being liable for costs if they were capped or quantified?
I would not agree to the state government being liable. However, if you are talking about small regional councils that have their own inherent pressure, who have their own inherent challenges, who do some really remarkable things with virtually nothing, if there is a way to help them, I will go out of my way to help them in ways in which can be of tangible assistance, not vague, uncapped, unquantified assurances of funding. And some of those smaller areas are well and truly able to identify those specific areas that they may need assistance, and those areas they do not want assistance because of the future maintenance costs that say a capital assistance might provide them.
Thank you. The Honourable Rod Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Good
Morning,
to see you.
Mr. Roberts. Always a pleasure.
Couple of quick questions, just to follow up there to my colleague, Dr. Conn. You said something, and I don't want to quote you exactly because I didn't write it down verbatim, but you said something along the lines that you're prepared to extend help to certain councils.
Yes.
Does that help? And again, I understand the pragmatism that you cannot give unquantified and uncapped support to every single council in New South Wales. But this help you're talking about, would it extend to some form of financial help? And I'm not asking for a figure. Is this not a trick question? Right?
So financial help meaning what? To help them fund what? De-amalgamation are you talking about?
Yeah. If it's a stacked up case.
Well, it's hard to do with hypotheticals. So
I understand that.
All right.
I understand that.
So the one example that I can give you that is reasonably tangible, that I'm trying to give effect to my predecessor's determination, is Cootamundra Gundagai. When I found a mechanism to effect that demerger and gave them the choice, and they said, subject to what I talked about last time, that they say, well, who's going to pay? And I say to them, pay what? So you've effectively been running two separate councils. It actually costed the cost of a demerger. Your rate base is 60% higher going out than you were going in when you said you were financially sustainable. You're in a position to share IT. You don't need to spend two turnkey solution ITs. You can share services, you can share plant, you have a flexible rate peg because you're not locked into your old rate peg, you're not locked into your financial structures. So you tell me you can do it in the Mayor said last year, told my predecessor you do it in 3 months. You divide up the assets and you show me, where do you say it costs? It's going to cost you. And they said to me, Minister, who's going to pay for the new uniforms? And I said, I beg your pardon. And another council said, who's going to pay for the new signs? So, but I used that as an example because there may not be a cost for that. There may not be. That's why you have the Boundaries Commission.
There may not be, but Minister, again, and I'm not being rude and talking over, we are on the clock, right? There may not be a cost, but some councils there may be. And some may be a relatively insignificant cost as far as government budget's concerned, because your own words were, this was a shambles hoisted upon them.
Yes.
This is not a making of these councils.
Well, that's
and
true.
it's not a making of the Labor government
Well,
either,
that's
right?
true, isn't it?
Of course it is. Of course it is. As I said, it's not made by you. But I can tell you this now. If we went out onto the street and spoke to citizens in some of these regional areas and, in fact, metropolitan areas and said, listen, the Liberal government buggered this up, they'd probably say, yeah, they did. But they don't care, mate. They want it fixed. And you're in the driver's seat to fix this. They don't care about the past. The past is the past. And you've said that before. We can't change the past. But you can change the present and the future. And some of these councils and some of these communities are looking to you as the leader, as the Minister for Local Government, to drive this change. And sometimes it is going to require some form of financial support from this government. That's what it's going to need to rectify the mistakes of the past. So I urge you to remain open to perhaps looking at and working with other members of this Parliament some form of mechanism that allows for financial support. Certainly not uncapped. No one's talking about that. Nobody's that ridiculous or stupid. But some form of financial assistance to enable them to facilitate these demergers and to get on with business as it was before they were thrown into the pot. Now, whilst we're on Cootamundra Gundagai, if I can ask, and I'm asking on behalf of some constituents and stakeholders, 14th of September is the forthcoming local government elections in New South Wales. Do you intend to send Cootamundra Gundagai to an election on that day?
I'm waiting on Cootamundra Gundagai to come back to me with what they indicated a year and a half ago, maybe a bit longer, that they could do in 3 months. So I'm just waiting for them to come to me. I saw the Mayor of Cootamundra Gundagai at a Labor Party country conference. He told me that they were just about ready. I haven't seen anything from him. I've spoke, I think last week, to the Gundagai Council in Exile and the local member to explain to them the procedure, because they didn't quite know that. But I did point out to the Gundagai councils that when they put a proposition to the New South Wales government as to what they want to do, they've got to be 9-0. Don't come to me with, 6-3 and say this is our decision. You got to be 9-0.
Yep. Can I ask you this then? And you know the Local Government Act much better than I. If for some reason they are unable to present that position to you in time, but it is their intention and they're working towards it, will you exercise powers that you have under the Act to postpone their election?
Look, I was asked that question by Snowy Valleys, I think last week or the week before when I was there too. I'm just not mindful to push democracy away.
No one's asked you to push away, just asked you to perhaps postpone.
Let's just do one step. Let's do one step at a time, because we'll just wait and see, shall we? The timetable's
we're all going to have
on
a plan B, Minister. If we all wait and see, we end up with nothing.
Yeah, but if I
exercise
exercise a power, I can exercise a power. To exercise a hypothetical power now to remove the urgency from people's.
No, I'm not asking you to do it now. I'm saying if they come to you at the 11th hour and say, listen, this is how far we've progressed. We haven't quite got it together, but there is a 9-0 agreement here. We've just got to finish this paperwork. Minister, give us another couple of weeks and it's going to impact on the election. Would you consider then postponing them going to an election on the 14th of September and then having a second election date for 2 councils after that?
I think that's a hypothetical, and I do not think it helps giving any sort of positive response in any way.
You didn't ask for a positive response.
Well, can I say,
would you consider?
Can I say this to you? If somebody reads between the words any type of positive response, they're likely to take the foot off the accelerator, so you're not going to get one from me.
So you won't give any clear guidance to the citizens and communities of Cootamundra Gundagai as to what will happen?
No, I'm in their hands. It's about time the state was in the hands of communities rather than sticking their nose in, Mr. Roberts.
Well, that's a statement that you will make, Minister. That's all I have at the moment. Thanks, Chair.
Dr. Con, did you have any quick follow-ups in the last 2 minutes?
Just coming back to the costs, you referenced signs and uniforms, but what about the cost of the referendum itself? Local government pays for its own elections, and we know that that cost has been significantly increasing in recent years.
Have local government a legitimate complaint about what the Electoral Commission is charging them to run elections? They certainly do have. It's actually quite scandalous as to what they have been charged over a number of successive elections, and that's probably why the former government gave them the opportunity of running their own elections because of the cost. The federal government pays for its elections, the state government pays for its elections, and local government pays for its elections. It basically should always have been thus. The state picks up the administrative costs of the Electoral Commission, and I think, and then they get charged a fortune after that.
So we're talking specifically here about the costs of demerger.
The answer is the local government pays for itself, but it has the opportunity in a referendum to incorporate the costs of the referendum into the question they ask in a referendum. But they pay. State pays for it, local pays for it, and the feds pay for theirs.
Sure, but do you not accept that that's then an additional tangible cost associated with de-amalgamation, having a referendum and then likely another election for both new de-amalgamated councils to elect councillors?
Well, no one ever said democracy is cheap, Dr. Cullen.
Thank you. We're back to the opposition.
Thank you very much.
Totalitarian regimes run far more efficiently, but I'm not sure. I think there's been enough of that in local government in New South Wales.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, just to pick up from Dr. Con's point there, in terms of Cootamundra Gundagai and the questions asked by the Honourable Rod Roberts as well, what is your time frame in terms of when can you make a final decision in terms of whether there's a deferral? What's the last possible point at which you can make that decision?
I'm not sure. I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to that cost as well, if Cootamundra Gundagai were going to an election in September and then soon after were to be demerged, that would be an additional cost to that council or those resultant councils. Would the state government be looking at picking up the bill?
Look, you know, when I left a large group of people at Gundagai, because it's the people of Gundagai that are the ones that are really strong about demerging and had quite legitimate complaints. They have assured me they'd be ready, and their words to me were, "Minister, we won't let you down." So I'm confident. I'm not confident in terms of the numbers, but I'm. Look, effectively, the situation hasn't changed to what I told you last time, and that is that I can't create one or two councils that are going to fall over financially. They have to be financially sustainable, and I'll effectively got to get that ticked off by the Boundaries Commission. And there's some internal division, as you would expect, within that council, but you know, I'm in their hands. The other thing I have said as well, Mr. Farlow, again, I'm not trying to be verbose, is that should the merger proceed, then it will require a period of time to bed the merger in. It's usually done by the appointment of administrators or an administrator. I don't favour doing that because that doesn't work. Never works. So I had in mind appointing the existing councils. You know, should everything be okay? Should they be able to demerge? Should they be able to show that they're financially sustainable? to appoint the existing councillors as administrators for their respective areas until they're ready to go to the polls. So I don't anticipate, you know, if they merge beforehand and they're not ready to go to the polls in September as individual councils, because it might take them some time to bed in the merger, then I suppose I might need to do something about election dates and things of that nature. And then I won't feel as pressured, because at least I've got civic leaders in appointed positions, not somebody just put in by the state over their heads.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, of course, financial sustainability for all councils is an issue. You've announced that you'll be reviewing financial sustainability of councils. What's your timeline for that review?
There's a recommendation from my part, and I drafted some terms of reference, got approval from the Premier for an examination by IPART of financial sustainability. The terms of reference for that are for submission of terms of reference are closing relatively shortly. The local government industry is very supportive of the terms of reference, and they're very supportive of the examination by IPART. But their concern is that IPART are talking about a 12 months examination, and I don't think it can wait 12 months. So I thought what I might do is, what I have in mind doing, and I'm in the process of just working through this now, is getting an upper house committee just to examine what local government really wants to examine, and that is the rate peg, the effect of rate pegging, the impact that it's had, whether or not rate peg actually does in fact produce cheaper rates or more expensive rates, whether or not the council's financial sustainability relates to rate pegging. Because I'm far more conscious of, we're in a cost of living crisis now. Everybody is struggling. I know what these questions looked at by people that aren't elected people, and then do with a report 12 months down the road. I'd rather it be looked at by members of Parliament who understand that cost of living crisis, who deal with local government, who understand local government, and so that at least that might give a better, quicker line of sight to the government, and may well better produce a bipartisan result than waiting for IPART. You know, it goes to IPART, their final terms of reference, they have public hearings, I get a report in 2025, and if we've got to make statutory changes, what are you looking at, 2025, 2026, it's all too long. So I'm just going to seek, unless there's any major objection, utilise the resources of the Legislative Council to look at some questions.
You're going to get busy.
So we do come in handy.
I was going to say, well, we're impressed you've had a change of heart when it comes to the Legislative Council's role.
I don't know. I've worked with Mr. Roberts on some very significant matters before, and he and I do not have a different view.
There we are. We've had it announced here. We've got
He's
an
a bit like
inquiry,
me.
and Rod Roberts is going to chair it. So.
He's a bit like me. He's got a dog with a bone. Doesn't like to let go, do we?
No, exactly right.
Yeah. I'm still not letting go either.
Thank you.
So, Minister, with
even though we are on our own.
Definitely. You've seen that yesterday.
I did.
I have a feeling there's a conversation going on here, and I don't know what it's about. But anyways, I suspect those watching at home might be as well. But anyways,
yeah, well, you wouldn't want them to know, would you?
It'd be embarrassing if they knew.
Minister, back to a conversation we may be able to understand. With respect, so effectively we've got an IPART review which is being undertaken that you think is going to go too long. Why are we having that review if we're also having a review from the Legislative Council?
I'm not going to pursue a review and have it in parallel with the Legislative Council, because I just because it just becomes a waste of resources. And to be quite frank, I mean, I really need members of Parliament to be looking at that question early. And I really need councils and mayors to be, and workers to be heard early by somebody who understands, as distinct from somebody that looks at things at a higher level.
So why did you make the IPART referral then?
I made the IPART referral because, firstly, financial sustainability was actually, an examination of financial sustainability was actually recommended by IPART as a result of their rate inquiry. Secondly, the industry asked for it. And thirdly, we'd given a commitment that we would examine council's financial sustainability. I'm not sure, I'd have to check, I'm not sure whether IPART was part of an election commitment, but we certainly were seized with the fact that we needed to do, and we do need to do that, because there are... So
the IPART review is still going ahead?
No, well, it'll be on hold now. If the Legislative Council Committee is going to proceed, and I'm just working through terms of reference, I'll leave the IPART on hold, but I'll just wait. I just want to make sure I get in all the terms of reference, at least to see whether or not there's anything in the terms of reference that I might seek to add to the Legislative Council's.
So, Minister, that announcement with respect to the IPART review was just a little over a month ago that announcement was made. Why didn't you just announce a Legislative Council inquiry at that time?
Because I probably needed to make sure that I had the necessary support to get a Legislative Council inquiry into that subject matter.
And which committee would you envisage conducting this inquiry?
I think it's Mr. Val's committee, I think.
So that's State Development, is that right? The State Development Committee to inquire into it?
Yeah.
I'm seeing slight nodding across the table from Ms. Huval. Well, thank you, Minister. And with respect to this inquiry and, of course, the impacts that are in place in local government at the moment, would you consider that inflation, and particularly the inflation that councils are currently experiencing in terms of their costs, would be a key concern for this inquiry?
Look, the inflation factor, firstly, has been now incorporated into the new rate peg methodology of IPART that the government has adopted this year. But if you look at the history of rate peg, it's been in existence for 46 years when the Rand government implemented it. Until about 2010, 11 or 12, ministers for local government determined the rate peg before they delegated it to IPART. The ministers for local government usually determined a rate peg below the inflation rate. And so over a period of 46 years, you've had councillors for half a century squeezed below the inflation rate. So as a result, much of their loss of employment, loss of council employees, loss of apprenticeships, loss of trades, loss of skills, loss of injecting their own procurement into their own local economy over half a century has just gone for reasons that they just don't have funds. Their loan borrowing programs for infrastructure where they would obtain loan council and then T-Corp money on a yearly basis to fund infrastructure over a generation, so that, I mean, all that just stopped as soon as their rate, they had political determinations of their rate peg of nearly half a century. So no one's got a magic wand. No one can give them rate increases during a cost of living crisis, but there must be there must be a way forward for local government, and it be looked at, which is not just providing an opaque financial system. It's not just by preparing fancy-looking documents, but it is a tangible way in which we can maybe set a pathway forward to them to start addressing their financial sustainability problems because, as the Auditor General pointed out to me within a week of me becoming Minister, it is grave. Very grave.
So, Minister, given that grave problem, will the state government be looking at more financial support for local government?
The answer is the state already give considerable funds to local government in a variety of grants and a variety of actions. But local government need to resolve its own operational efficiency, and it needs to resolve its own financial accountability, and the state needs to remove its opaque restrictions of its financial operations. And then once that becomes transparent, then we can all look and see what their financial sustainability problems are. At this point in time, their financial systems are so opaque, nobody would really know what's going on in terms of their control of operational expenses.
So there's nothing in train or plan to be able to provide more support for local government financially from the state government?
Well, they're getting it. Well, they're getting it regularly anyway. If you look at the budget papers for a whole range of portfolios, there's a whole range of money and grants coming to local government for a variety of functions that they perform or share with the state.
But Minister, you've conceded that it's a grave financial situation that they're in at the moment. Wouldn't you think that while they might be getting funding already from state government sources, that they might need more?
Look, but the solution to a lot of problems, Mr. Farlow, is not just throwing money at organisations. It's not just throwing money at departments. There is a need to make these organisations efficient and transparent, and if you can create that, then you can often get better value for money as to how they're operating.
So, Minister, will you be looking at a program then to put in place to try and support councils in greater efficiencies and being able to change their processes?
Yeah, and I can give you some examples of the ridiculousn's of the system.
I'm sure we all know a few of them, but
what
do you see as the low-hanging fruit?
There's no low-hanging fruit. I mean, we're at the end of the road, Mr. Farlow. There's no low-hanging fruit in local government anymore. Those days are gone. There is a cultural, structural change that is needed to effectively give them the genuine third tier of government that they are, the most important tier. There's a cultural change to cause them to be the respected third tier of government, which they are not at the moment. And most of those things relate to structures that the state have put in place in relation to their operation.
So what are those structures?
So 93 members of the Legislative Assembly, and most of them are telling me how bad their councils are, how I should sack them, how I should sack administrators, how I can tolerate this, the codes of conduct aren't happening against this mayor. It's a constant refrain. That I'm getting privately, while they're all nice and patting them on the head publicly. Privately, that's not what the situation is. And I don't say, is that they've got a bum rap for structures that have been put in place historically since the 1993 Act that makes their ability to achieve on behalf of their communities pretty well unworkable. So, low fruit off the trees, empower councillors. Low fruit off the trees, stop councillors having private briefing sessions behind closed doors, which is contrary to some of the very recommendations of IPART. In other words, make sure that the material they get is transparent. try and force sunlight into the operations of the council, which is not just a deterrent against corruption, but also makes for good democratic decision making. The tough part is to replace the opaque financial systems of the council. So to the public and to a councillor, they have absolutely no idea where their money's being spent. The days of the old detailed draft estimates where councillors and the public could see where all the funds were being allocated, they're gone under the current financial system. And so, for example, councils are required to depreciate assets that are not realisable assets. Now, to depreciate an asset, you need a value of that asset to depreciate it, which means that they've got to go and value these unrealisable assets, and then they have to place them on a depreciation schedule. I cannot understand the mode of reasoning of taking a drain, council drain, and putting a value on it, and then putting it on the balance sheet and depreciating it. Now, in business in the private sector, your assets are depreciated. In fact, you'd rather write them off in 1 year, but you have an incentive through the tax commissioner to write off an asset because it's a tax deduction. What's the value in the council putting a value on a drain that it can't sell? Has got to get a value and then depreciate it, and then it sits on that depreciation sits on their balance sheet. I mean, when T Corp lend money to a council, they put aside the value of those assets because they know they're not realisable assets. They've got the Auditor General breathing down their noses, doing performance audits at huge cost, and giving them qualified audits or giving them management audits because of something not appearing on the register of assets or not being depreciated. Or you have councils dodging up their values on their statements of accounts to minimise the depreciation schedules.
And Minister, just to cut you off there, just so I can get one last question in, just with respect to the Saval inquiry, as we'll call it now, what's your timeline for that to report back to the House?
I'm actually in her and the committee's hands to. We haven't even finalised the terms of reference yet. We're consulting between the local government associations, the unions, the various regional organisations of councils to make sure that we're covering everything.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. Minister, at the last estimates, you gave an undertaking that you would, to the best of your ability, ensure there was movement on building of the new Sydney Cats and Dogs Home facility. You described it as a matter of priority. Are you able to provide us an update on where the construction of the new facility is up to?
I can. I'll have Mr Whitworth do that because I asked him about that the other day. So I don't get anything wrong, I'll get him to reply if you don't mind.
I'll actually ask Mr Walther to answer that question because Mr Walther is managing that for me.
Yeah, so in regards to Sydney Dogs and Cats Home, since the last hearing, a undertaking's been entered into with Public Works, who are largely managing the facility. The current stage is just assessment of the QS report, just to make sure that the ultimate facility is built within the funding envelope of government.
So have the costs of the build increased as a result of the delays?
Look, I think the funding envelope has remained the same. I think the work that's currently being undertaken is looking at the QS and making sure that we're building a fit-for-purpose facility, but within that funding envelope.
Thank you. Minister, in regards to that answer, and I understand Mr Walter said that the funding envelope remains the same. My understanding is that the costs of the build have increased because of the delays in progressing this. Will the government be looking into helping to cover the additional costs that have been caused by the delay?
Minister, can I just I'd like to understand the source or the data for that, because what you're saying is that the delay in the time frame for the resolution of the auspicing authority has led to an increase in costs, but it could not have led to the level of increase in costs that we understand exists. So I am concerned that
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The increase in costs would not come from an from a time escalation. So what I'm concerned about is that you have received advice that implies that the delay is the increase in cost.
And what do you believe is the increase in cost?
Well, as Mr. Walther said, there is a quantity surveyor that is undertaking an assessment as to the cost of the work that had been approved through a development approval and whether that was within the 12 million funding envelope as had been identified to us originally.
And this is also the first time that the costs have gone through the QS process. So it's not that we had a QS that was one funding amount and then over time it's now blown out to X. This is just the first time that we've looked at the project that was designed and then putting the costs, attributing the cost to that have resulted in where we're currently at.
Thank you. Minister, if there was a case and I understand that others have said that it's not due to the delay. If there was a case to suggest that it was caused by the delay, would you be open to looking into that with Sydney Cats and Dogs Home?
I am, because it's an important commitment the government have given, and it's important to what the 6 councils that need, that sort of need the facility, and it is part of stage 1 of what's proposed. So. I'll look at it with a view of ensuring that. I mean, we went to Public Works because of our concern about the ability of handing over the $12 million to a community organisation that may not have been able to comply with the government's integrity audit processes. So I'd hate that process to be what the cause of the increased costs are. So, and I hope it's not our fault, but it is an important project we've got to get done, and it is an election commitment we gave.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, Minister, through you. The initial pricing put forward by Sydney Dogs and Cats Home through their own admission relied on a lot of goodwill and in-kind donations associated with their sort of reputation in the sector. The formal QS prices at market, so there could rationally be sort of reasons as to why the on-paper value is different to the original expectation put forward.
Right, okay. So when they believed that they were running the project, they felt that they could do it at this cost, whereas now that it's going through that more formal process, it's at market cost.
Yeah, well,
and
it's the technical sort of the paper, the technical assessment we do factors in everything at market. However, Sydney Dogs and Cats Home, and we're still hopeful that we can rely on, or we can achieve in-kind donations from various sort of participants.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Whitworth, I know last time we spoke you said the facility would be likely completed February, March 25. Is that still the current time frame? Or that might be another question for Mr. Walter.
Yeah, look, whilst we're still, because we are sort of adjusting the project to fit the funding envelope, once we've got sort of that final technical specification, we can sort of report back with a final date.
Thank you. So there's no timeline at this point?
I'd probably have to take it on notice.
If you could, thank you. Even if it's a rough idea as to when you hope to have it completed. Minister, as you're aware, you are solely responsible for the Companion Animals Act and jointly responsible for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. There are a number of election commitments falling within both of those portfolio committee areas, including overhauling the entire Proctor Act, banning puppy farming, etc. Have you met with Minister Moriarty about these election commitments and how they're going to be fulfilled? I understand they fall between both your portfolios.
I meet with Ms Moriarty on a regular basis. I haven't talked to her about those matters because the actual implementation of POCTA is with DPI really. So I really haven't had the line of sight in relation to where they are. I did ask, I think yesterday or this morning, as to where they're up to in the POCTA review. So rather than me answer that,
we might come back to you in the afternoon.
Or you can come. Yeah, I asked this morning as to where they were up to. And so I think they are giving it the priority that it needs.
In the budget estimates with Minister Moriarty, I asked her about the election commitment around the ban on puppy farming, and she said she'd be working closely with you on this. Is there any updates that you're able to provide on that legislation in particular?
I think that's all. I think that's all tied up with not just the POCTA review, but also tied up with the with the pound inquiry.
Can I ask what this policy review is?
Well, because basically banning puppy farms is actually effectively not actually banning the physical farm, but controlling those.
It's creating rules around breeding practices.
Yeah. And that's and that becomes a DPI matter rather than a local government matter. I know it's frustrating. The administration of both of them are divided, but that's.
It's just that Minister Moriarty said that she was going to be working very closely with you because you obviously you've got joint responsibility for POCTA, but you've also got responsibility for the Companion Animals Act.
Except that's the case, and I always work closely with Ms Moriarty, but who I value highly. But we the enforcement part of POCTA is with her administration, and it has devolved to Animal Welfare League and the RSPCA and effectively the police. So I don't have any statutory authority in that area.
You mentioned though a policy review. I'm just what is this policy review?
Well, by that I'm talking about the POCTA review.
The POCTA review.
Yeah. Because that's going to be the critical piece of legislation, isn't it?
I might just because I've only got a few seconds left.
Sorry.
In regards to the enforcement agencies falling under the DPI, I'm wondering then why the Office of Local Government is providing the funding for those enforcement agencies for the inspectorate.
You're talking about the grants that were given, the 20 million to I think that was that might be historic, but I know it came through the Office of Local Government. A lot of money comes through the Office of Local Government, but I don't have access to it. So why does the money come through us?
Well, it was an announcement from the former government that the current government made a commitment to honour. That announcement was made by Minister Tuckerman. I don't want to go in, I don't know the reason why it was Minister Tuckerman and not Minister Marshall at the time, but I do know that the responsibility for the more yearly and annual grant process to RSPCA and Animal Welfare League comes through Department of Primary Industries.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Minister, I've got a question about this proposed parliamentary inquiry into rate pegging. Given your stated desire for a bipartisan approach to the issue, why have you selected a government-controlled committee and not this committee that requires cross-partisan collaboration to make any recommendations?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't actually make the selection. I think my staff probably sort of chair of a committee that was happy to take the poison chalice.
Now that I've asked the question, would you consider discussing it with members of this committee, noting that this is a portfolio committee that examines the portfolio of local government?
Yeah, I'd have to just take that on notice. I mean, it's usually there is such a queue of people wanting upper house committees to look at things. I mean, being able to negotiate agreement with the chairs can I'm told can be fraught. So He wasn't selected on the basis of achieving. I can assure you that it would not have been done on the basis to achieve a political result, because the last thing I want to do in this portfolio is cause political decisions to be made. There's been enough of that.
Thanks, Minister. I appreciate you've taken on notice. I'm just noting that there are many members of this committee who hadn't heard about it before today, so I'm not sure it was ever discussed with this committee. Minister, you've been a public supporter of LGBTQIA plus young people and their right to be valued, respected, accepted and equal, and I appreciate having an ally in a position such as yours. Are you aware that community events organised by councils like Rainbow Balls and Drag Story Times have had to be cancelled due to threats of violence from far-right groups?
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't, but if there are any of those sort of threats, they are just deploring. I just deplore them. It's just outrageous. You know, you like to think that, you would like to think our community has just moved on from that sort of vile conduct.
This issue has impacted LGBTQI plus communities themselves. There's been a tangible mental health impact when these events have had to be cancelled, but it's also placing a huge burden on council staff who are the ones actually receiving these threats and having to manage these issues. What support can actually be provided to councils and council staff to make sure that these events can go ahead safely and that staff feel supported?
They're law enforcement functions, aren't they? Look, I'll take it on notice. I'll talk to the police minister. I'll talk to the multicultural affairs minister as well too, and I'll have a talk to the member for Sydney and just see whether or not there's something that can be tangibly done to provide, support.
Minister, if I can assist. We, the Office of Local Government, New South Wales Police, Local Government New South Wales, we cooperated together in providing a seminar session around this very issue of how council meetings can be overtaken by radicalised elements and so forth. The New South Wales Police have a high degree of speciality in this area. Local Government New South Wales have been working on providing some support, assistance and guidance, and we have also identified how mayors can and chairs of committees can use the meeting code of practice in a way to de-escalate concerns and also to identify how to protect the health, safety and welfare of staff in these processes as well. So that that seminar was held, I think it was probably September last year, for example, and we'll continue to follow that up with Local Government New South Wales.
But I accept what Dr. Conn says. It's getting worse now, and you're in a situation whereby there were motions moved at Cumberland Council, I think yesterday, that were only defeated on a casting vote. I mean, we don't want those sort of debates emanating in not only councils but in any tier of government.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your interest in the matter, Minister. Cumberland Council have now voted to ban drag story times in their local government area. It was Orange City Council last night who had over 500 people in attendance at a meeting for a motion to cancel the Orange Rainbow Festival. I'm really proud of a regional community that has voted to retain the Orange Rainbow Festival, so it was a really good outcome last night. But this is obviously continuing to crop up, given your willingness to meet with others and seek guidance on this, I would also urge you to speak with ACON, a peak body for LGBTQI health in New South Wales. They've actually already produced a guide that is targeted to councils to help them host events safely. They've called for councils to be supported with resourcing, expertise and networks to be able to safely host events like this.
Yeah. We'll see, those sort of suggestions are quite tangible rather than sticking them in a code of conduct. That'd be as useless as, anyway.
Sorry.
On a very different topic, I understand that the issue of widespread application of mulch contaminated with asbestos has already cost the City of Sydney more than $200,000. That's not even including remediation or replacement yet. A number of councils are under extraordinary pressure from the community to address this issue urgently and reopen parks and public spaces. What support is being provided to councils, or what representation have you made on their behalf to Minister for the Environment and the EPA?
I can either read you my briefing note on asbestos or tell you that it's not my portfolio, but I can. So I'll sum her up by a few words, and if you want more information, I'll read it to you. The principle of, in relation to this disgraceful contamination in the Sydney Basin, and it's disgraceful. There's a maximum penalty of substantially damaging the environment on indictment of 7 years jail. And no one's ever been indicted, they've only ever been prosecuted for minor offences. But the principle is polluter pays. So ultimately, the polluter's going to be paying.
Can I ask you just really specifically, I'm sure the Minister for the Environment is going to be asked lots of questions about this tomorrow,
Yep.
but specifically what support have you provided to councils, or what representation have you made on behalf of councils on this issue?
Minister, Mr Walther is our representative for the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, so I can ask him to talk about the council interaction.
Yeah, so I represent the DeFi on the task force, and the task force is also represented by the chair of LGN, or the president of LGNSW. So there was a very early recognition that councils being impacted, and we should stress that those that receive mulch are victims in this. That's through no fault of their own. But councils were being impacted. It was important to have local government representation on the task force. The three impacted councils have been City of Sydney, Inner West and Penrith Council also, as landowners that have impacted mulch being received. EPA, sort of being the subject matter experts as well as Safe Work, has been meeting with councils, and we're currently putting together a protocol that recognises the sort of clean-up cost and making sure that we can reduce those burdens to councils in the clean-up. To the Minister's point, we do operate on a polluter pays principle under the EP&A Act. However, from time to time there have been sort of instances of pollution where the polluter for some reason hasn't paid. So we're also exploring public liability and other insurances of the contractors involved in the work. And so there's a hierarchical element of sort of where we will find those funds. However, we're working with councils to reduce that total clean-up bill, doing things like...
We might come back to that this afternoon. No I can see there's only a minute left on the clock. I might give that time to the Honourable Rod Roberts.
That's a hospital pass if ever I've seen one. Righto, let's go quick. Minister, have you had a conversation or made any formal request to the Treasurer Daniel Mookie to set funds aside in this forthcoming budget in case it's needed to assist with demergers of councils?
No.
Has your department done any assessment?
Can I,
no, we're on the clock. Come on, I'll take your answers. No, that's right.
No,
has there been any departmental assessment to determine if there'll be any financial impact on the state budget as a result of any demergers?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Is there something that I don't know?
I think that there was a piece of work that was commissioned under the former government in terms of what the potential demerger costs were, but they were under an entirely different model where there was a state-imposed transition manager and a state-imposed division of assets, and the minister's made quite clear that that's not the model that he wants to pursue.
Okay, you're going to do a new assessment under the new model?
But the assessment, sorry, Minister, it is that the new model is based on councils identifying what the transition process will be, how they can create new financially secure councils. We will obviously receive that information. The Boundaries Commission will make an assessment of that, and we will provide what assistance and support, like we've been doing now, to help councils in undertaking that implementation and financial sustainability planning.
I noticed the bell, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. We now go to government questions, if there are any questions.
Very satisfied.
No? Okay, wonderful. In that case, we will now go to morning tea, and we'll be back at 11:15. welcome back from that short break. I'll throw straight to the opposition. The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you, Minister. I have, just with this new committee, for the LC, this comes out of the blue. Would it not be better just to give IPART a shorter time frame? Because, I don't know, it just seems like you're bulldozing it into the LC committee.
I don't think so. I mean, IPART itself was going to take too long. I mean, the IPART...
But yeah, that's what I said. If you gave it a shorter time frame...
Look, they said that they would need 12 months. I would rather wait to see what comes out of the parliamentary committee, and I can always utilise IPART down the track. I might get a preliminary view that...
Okay, thank you, Minister. So then you then said that with the LC committee that you would be guided by the committee, so you don't have a time frame in mind?
I don't have a time frame in mind, but...
All right, I'll move on to my next question.
Just quickly on that committee as well, Minister, would you envisage that the abolition of rate pegging could be on the table?
I think it should be. I think it should be looked at. I don't envisage anything. I mean, the government would not agree to that. But I'd like it to be looked at in any event. I mean, that's what local government wants to have looked at. Let them have it looked at by elected people properly and impartially and bipartisanly.
Well, I hope you take up Dr. Con's suggestion of actually having it as a portfolio committee inquiry.
Sorry, I'm not unaware
I'm just making a suggestion there. So, okay. Minister, at the last estimates, you advised that you had received $4.5 million to set up a strategic policy unit. Has that happened? Have you set up the strategic policy unit?
It's not set up yet. I asked Mr. Whitworth. The funds don't come out of Treasury until late. But Mr. Whitworth, what's the situation?
Thanks, Minister. We have commenced the process to establish it. I have tasked one of my directors to take on the carriage of running the strategic policy unit. We have looked for resources within the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure that we can second over. We have also placed job ads seeking new staff to come into the unit. We have undertaken a number of pieces of work. So to this point, we have undertaken some preliminary work around the code of conduct process in anticipation of what, providing a base for the minister. We have started looking at how we can make councillors more more visibly in control of their councils, and some of the principles around the budget setting process, the review, the regular monthly, quarterly review.
I might ask you some more in the afternoon session. I'll move now to senior concessions. So currently, eligible pensioners can receive a rebate of up to $250 annually on their council rates and annual charges. This amount has remained unchanged since 1989. That's 35 years. Will you review the Local Government Act to consider an increase in this rebate to pensioners?
I'm just continuing on the same policy at this stage in terms of priorities as the previous government and the previous government before that. So my question was, will you consider an increase to this rebate by reviewing the Local Government Act? You're asking me. I'm happy to. I'm happy to consider it. I'm not going to make any commitment to moving forward, and there's some reasons for that too. I might pursue those later. Okay. Okay. On demergers, before you were elected a year ago, the legislation was amended, so we've already sort of covered that, and now you have a bill before the House that throws it back on struggling councils to pay. Do you have any desire to finance any demergers? No. No, okay. And in saying that, would you expect the opposition to support a bill that would leave
financially strapped communities to pay the cost of getting their communities back?
I don't know. I mean, the opposition created this mess. I mean, it should be in a position to help me get out of it.
Right, thank you. That will be up for debate, I imagine. And it seems to me, Minister, you have a lot of reviews going on, but no actual decisions or action. When will we see some action? Where's the democracy?
Such as what?
Well, you've got the IPART review, which is now not an IPART review. You've got the financial sustainability review. I mean, there's so many.
Well, I've inherited significant and major issues, as I said to Mr. Farlow before the break. Well, there's no low fruit off the trees.
But it seems like you're procrastinating rather than doing anything. You're just sort of putting them in this big melting pot, and
I don't think so. I don't accept that. I don't accept that characterisation. I mean, you're talking about an act this size that has been a good act that was written in 1993, done by Jerry Peacock, who did quite an exceptional job. And then you had the Parliament for the next 30 years undermining the very existence of the Act. And then you want me to be able to just wave a magic wand and resolve 30 years of shambles by successive governments over an Act that took them 70 years to write.
Thank you, Minister.
I think you're being a bit unreasonable.
You've already said that the system is broken. It needs. Where is your priority? Like what's coming first? You seem to be juggling rather than doing anything.
Well, I do have to juggle because I've got local government elections coming up, so I've got to do local government regulations for this election. I've got to decide whether or not I amend these regulations and apply the same standard to local government elections that I apply to that apply to state elections. Do I reduce pre-polls from 2 weeks to 1 week? Do I stop the electoral committee?
They're all your decisions, and maybe you need to do a to-do list. So, and at the moment you have legislation before the House as we speak. If that legislation is passed, will it delay local government election? Is that something else that we have to?
No, I think that's just speculative. That's just a hypothetical. I can't answer that.
So you don't believe it will?
You just asked me a hypothetical question. I can't answer.
Okay, all right. At the last budget estimates, we talked about your diary and how difficult it is sometimes for constituents and people to meet with you. And we had a case where you took on notice a Mr. Lindsay Nyland who believed he was unfairly dismissed. From Canada Bay Council, have you met with him yet?
No, I think he's. I think that's happening.
Okay, all right. And I know Dr.
I don't think there's anything I can do for him, but I know it's happening.
He'd like to have his voice heard. And I know it was suggested that you meet with Demerge New South Wales Alliance. Has that happened?
They've met with my staff twice. I think they want an online meeting. I think I've said to see if we can fit that in.
Mm-hmm. And then I also have. It seems people can't meet with you, but they also don't get responses to their mail either. I have the Amateur Fishermen's Association of New South Wales wrote to you in 27th of May, and then again on the 22nd of September, and then followed up with a phone call on the 22nd of December, only to be advised that a reply was being prepared. And then again they phoned on the 19th of February thinking maybe they had not received the reply, only to be given the same answer that a reply was being prepared. So that's basically 8 months and still nothing. How long do they have to wait for an answer for a simple question that was over safer access from the land to the waterways for the elderly and disabled for recreational enjoyment?
I'm pretty assiduous at the correspondence I answer, whether it's as a minister or as the member for Heffron. I've signed thousands of letters that I personally view myself. I don't allow ministerial correspondence to go out unless I've signed it. If there is a lot, Mrs. McDonald. If there is something slipped through the cracks, give me the information and I will chase it up. And if I haven't responded, then I accept responsibility and I apologise and I'll make sure that I've got it done.
Okay. I can, and so you'd agree that it's a discourtesy. It's a long amount of time, isn't it, for a response?
If what you say is accurate and it hasn't happened, then it should not have happened, and I accept responsibility and I'll apologise to the people involved.
Okay, and we'll try and respond.
Yes, you can make sure that we have that information before the end of the day, and I'll just make sure that we chase that matter up.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I'd like to now turn to the Local Government General Amendment Tendering Regulation Number 2, 2023. Isn't this just adding another unnecessary layer of bureaucracy over to overburdened and under-resourced local councils?
No, it's a regulation to protect people's job entitlements and to stop contractors undermining workers' working conditions.
Can you, okay, I accept that. So why was it rushed through at the end of last year and appeared that nobody, not even the peak bodies, were able to be consulted on it?
Because something needed to be done quickly to stop workers being ripped off and losing their entitlements and having their labour effectively being utilised and the cost of their labour being utilised and undermined for the purposes of lowering their working conditions so that somebody can win some competitive tender. I mean, a stop had to be put to it. When you do act quickly like that, of course, there are unintended consequences, and there are some changes that will be needed to that regulation, and I've indicated that I'm prepared to do that, but I just had to put a stop to it.
Okay.
People were losing their working conditions, their entitlements, their rates of pay. It's been quite a disappointing exercise for those workers who work in a difficult industry.
Thank you. Would it not have been, and I accept that, it just appears to be like a bulldozer approach, because you've said now you have to go back and look at it again. Wouldn't it have been better to have consulted and get it right rather than having to review it after the fact?
Yes, well, I suppose the problem is that how many more workers would have suffered as a result of that process. So I accept the criticism. When you act quickly in legislation and regulation, they can have unintended consequences, but sometimes you don't have any choice.
Okay.
I mean, what do you do with a worker? He's been working for 30 years for a council, and his labour costs get undermined by a competitive tender, and they say, oh, well, you can keep your job, but you can't keep your entitlements, you can't keep your long service leave, you can't keep your holidays, and you start again. It's just not fair to leave those things just hang in the air.
Okay, thank you, Ms. I'll now pass to my colleague.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, will you concede that increasing density in local communities will have an impact on councils and the community services they'll have to provide?
I think you probably need to direct that question to the planning minister, because you're asking me a question about the environmental planning and assessment.
No, I'm asking you a question about if you've got more people in a local government area, the local councils need to provide them with more services. Isn't that the case?
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily follow, because it's not as simple as that. There are a variety of provisions in the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act that provide mechanisms to provide for and fund those. So you really need to direct those questions to someone more knowledgeable and experienced than me, like the Minister for Planning.
Well, let's go to something I know you're very knowledgeable on, Minister, when it comes to rate collection from local government. If you had, let's say, a more dense use of property, so you were to have a residential flat building replace a freestanding home, you would anticipate that in that stratified property that there would be more residential rates collected. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you are replacing, say, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 residential properties at a particular location, with, depending on the size of the strata, depending and whether your strata's going up or not, the potential is there to increase rate income because all those other properties would have the minimum rate. That's true. That's a straight out mathematical calculation. If though, and I can give you to, if you are changing the use of a land, so for example, the industrial land around Botany was far more valuable than residential land,
yep.
And so that if you are changing industrial land to residential land, even if you had medium density development on that industrial land, then the income you derived was less.
Indeed, Minister, and thank you for that explanation. So that increase in rates would theoretically cover some of the council's costs in looking after those residents. Waste collection, of course, is measured on each individual property. You would, of course, have a certain collection for local services and local parks and the like. That's
an interesting question because it depends, and because I'm out of it now, I just don't know. So, but if some residential properties provide their own waste management services, if they do, would they pay the waste management levy? Probably, you know, maybe the waste charge on their rates. Would they pay that or not? Probably not, I would have thought. So I suppose it depends on each individual development consent and each individual use.
Minister, are you familiar with the arrangements that exist when it's a build-to-rent property rather than a stratified property?
I'm aware that causes a problem in terms of rate income, but I'll let Ms Fishburn answer that if you like.
Sure.
Yes, thank you very much, Minister. That's actually one of the questions that I've asked the Office of Local Government to provide me some expert advice on. As you're aware, due to our discussions in many other estimates, yeah. Build to rent is an asset class that has not been particularly utilised in New South Wales up to this point. It's significantly used in Victoria, who have a different rating system. I'm aware, of course, because it isn't strated, that you end up with a different rating outcome, and I've asked for some expert advice on that. Have not received it at this point. I've only just recently asked for it, but I'm happy to come back in a future estimates and provide more detail.
Thank you. So, Minister Hoenig, the City of Ryde, for instance, submits that in the example of a residential apartment block in Macquarie Park, under a property that has 695 units separately rated, that their rates that they would expect to gain from that on a land value of $157 million is $596,717 per annum. However, if it is rated as one assessment through a build to rent, they anticipate that their rate collection for that property would be $92,063, a differential of nearly $500,000. Is this something the government will be looking at addressing?
Well, it does have to look at it and has to. Interestingly enough, the problem seems to stem also from the fact that we rate on land value or unimproved capital value as well, which also is quite challenging. But the issue you raise, I've had raised with me with mayors of a number of councils that are finding builds to rent, and it's a matter that the government has to address.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for that assurance that the government will be looking at addressing that. And with respect to those discussions you've had, is this something that is being raised with the Minister for Property and the Valuer General with respect to how properties are actually valued in New South Wales in terms of the unimproved value rather than actually the capital improved value?
This discussion in New South Wales of rating on the basis of if I can use the word, I don't know if it's old-fashioned now, unimproved capital value to improved capital value, has been going on and been subject to recommendations, I think, from the early 1900s, like 1911 or 1912. And governments have repeatedly refused for, you know, more than 110 years, a refusal to make the change. You might remember even IPART relatively recently to the former government recommended a change of rating to improve capital value because it is a far more progressive land tax or tax than unimproved capital value. But that government declined to do that. I suspect that the Valuer Generals would say that it'll take them 5 years and, you know, will cost $500 million to effectively value every property. I'm not sure that's right because other states have improved capital value figures, but it's something that I'm going to continue to look at because land tax is based on unimproved capital value too. I mean, that means it's a regressive tax and not a progressive tax. So I think the state at some point has to at least bite the bullet and begin the process, but I do accept it's a lengthy lead time to make those valuation changes. But you've got to value on an improved basis every block of land. So they used to in New South Wales value assessed annual value, and that you're talking about, say, the 70s and early 80s where they had rent control. So the VGs used to, which was basically the rental value of land. So they've done it before. They've done something similar before, but you are talking about, what, 40, 50 years ago.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Dr. Conn.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, at the last election, about half of New South Wales councils didn't increase their number of women on council compared to previous terms. What work's being done to improve the diversity of representation at the next local government election?
I think overall the figure is the figure's now 38%. I think is my memory right? 38%, 42%, and
39.5.
Anyway, my memory of what I read was 38 or 39.5. Mr. Whitworth tells me it's 42. But there has been an improved, or there has been an increase. Not enough, I concede. You and others have raised with me this issue of superannuation and councillor fees that they get paid under the Act. That's also been raised with me with a large number of rural councils that I have spoken to. I have reflected on those views because I came in, I think they paid us $300 or $500 a year or something for attending meetings virtually weekly, and always regarded it as a volunteer sort of job. But I've reflected on that, and I tend to agree that those things constitute obstacles. However, the improvement is that the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal was effectively capped by 2.5% because of the wage capping. That's been removed. I'm conscious of the fact that legislation has been enacted and the Premier has frozen people's salaries, parliamentarians and senior officers' salaries. There is a huge cost of living crisis if governments are seen, if councils are seen to be publicly asking for pay increases in this climate. It'll just bring them into disrepute, in some areas further disrepute. So I just say this, the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal has the ability to fairly adjust fees payable to councillors, and I think that's the appropriate place. I also would I'm contemplating. I haven't implemented anything. I haven't talked to the staff or the Office of Local Government about it either. Whether or not at some point some work value case should be done for councillors to be able to ensure that there's some measure or way in which they could be rewarded for their effort in a more fair basis. I don't know. I'll have to take some soundings about that. But I'm persuaded that that there needs to be a re-examination by the tribunal of those things to try and remove the roadblocks for women to be entering into local government.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate your reflections, and you correctly predicted where I was going to go with this. I chose the figure of half of councils not increasing their representation of women rather than the overall statistic of 39%, because I'm really interested in which councils are increasing representation and which ones aren't. And my question is if that relates to which councils have chosen to pay super to councillors and which ones haven't. Is that data actually being collected?
Yeah, I've got a number here. I can find it unless somebody can find it for me. But the number is nearly all councils have decided to pay super. So it's in the 112 or 114 number out of 128. Is that the number? Memory test, I can look it up if you like. If somebody else can save me looking it up, it'd be good.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear it's a majority.
Yeah, so it's 112. 112, yeah, okay. So it's close.
And as we come into elections, are you advocating for the remaining councils to opt in, or will it be made mandatory?
Look, interestingly enough, it was always my view that councils could have in the past resolved to pay councillors superannuation. They just had to deem councillors as employees because it was a tax law and would subject them to FBT. So they could have always done it but didn't do it. Now they have the right to to do it, and I accept what you and other people have said to me that it should be paid. People on boards on part-time income, state boards get paid the superannuation guarantee. It's not fair not to, and I accept that it is something that would prevent, is one of the factors that might prevent women from seeking office at local government level.
Okay, and are you going to do anything to bring those last few councils on board?
Yeah, look, sometimes encouragement is better than the stick. I mean, we've been enormously successful at this point in time. We'll just wait. Next time, I have a visit there or something of that nature, it's easier for me just to, suggest to them that they do it. I don't know whether there's been a refusal, so you've got to be careful, as you know, Dr. Con, dealing with councillors. You don't want to get their back up. It's always a lot easier to encourage them, as Mr. Fishburn's finding out now.
Sure. I look forward at next estimates to ask you how those meetings went, Minister. Yeah. I just wanted to move on to another issue. Last hearing I asked you about the provision of non-award contracts for senior staff, which was identified as a corruption risk by Operation Dasher. At that hearing, you advised that you've never favoured contract employees, and you acknowledged both that corruption risk and the lack of certainty for the workforce as well. What progress has been made towards employing senior local government staff on award contracts?
I'm seeking to prepare legislation to prevent it. I think that they should be in the process. I've given instructions anyway. They should be in the process of preparing submissions to Cabinet and preparing a bill to legislate it. I was just conscious of the fact that if I start, it's always up to councils whether they designate someone as a senior officer or not, as to whether they're subject to contract. And I prefer general managers not to be on contract, because I don't think they should be getting 4 and 5 and 6 or 700,000 a year either for what they do. They used to be graded. But if you start, there's a shortage of people, especially rural areas. If you start changing these things and you leave them without the ability to be able to attract a senior professional, you know, there are unintended consequences, but everybody seems to be on board. I can only just go, when the Local Government Association, as the employer on behalf of councils, says they don't mind, the unions say they don't mind. I mean, at least can do it and share the responsibility if it goes wrong.
Thank you. And I just wanted to pick up on the questions from Rod Roberts earlier this morning. We're coming back to the costs of de-amalgamation and noting that we have collectively identified that there are some costs. Would you consider something like councils being able to access no interest loans to cover those costs?
I just have to consider it. Look, it depends on the council, and it depends upon what their financial circumstances are. It depends on. See, sometimes you get a situation whereby the financial sustainability of a council, while it might not be that group of elected people, is not their fault, but is the fault of the previous one. And so I have a great deal of respect as they're trying to deal with that challenge. But if it's the same ones that are created the problem in the first place, then I'm not sure. I'll just have to think about what you've said. I just can't commit the government. I'm very conscious of support needed for small rural metropolitan councils. I mean, Murray-Darling's got to go. Central Darling's due to go to the polls in September. The administrator's done a remarkable job with the general manager in them surviving, but they have no mechanism to survive with ad hoc grants. They can't even fund 9 democratically elected council for the smallest population in the state. Ms Fishburne's been convening in the Secretary's group mechanisms and maybe coordinating government services to fund in a coordinated way within that shire that allows them to be financially sustainable. So there are ways in which you can help some of these councils who actually account for every cent they spend. They're actually quite remarkable as to what some of these small rural and regional councils do. They have my undying admiration.
Thank you. Minister, we were talking about puppy farming earlier, and I understand your position, but will you be seeking a meeting with Minister Moriarty around that legislation, particularly because of the impact it's having on councils at the moment?
Yeah, I just might. Can we just give what's the position with what's their timing position in relation to puppy farms?
Yeah, so in terms of timing, so all of those reforms we've committed to bringing back to Parliament by the end of the year. So yep. there's a lot of discussion and a lot of issues that have been brought up by stakeholders that needs to be properly considered. So that's a priority for us.
I might come back to talk more about this in the afternoon. Okay. But Minister, my question was really about whether or not you'll be meeting with her and particularly talking through some of the problems that councils are having, particularly on the border of New South Wales and Victoria.
I will do that if you ask me to do that.
Yes, please.
You might remember last time you raised an issue with me in relation to utilising planning powers to control.
Yes, I know that was the planning minister.
I am right. There is that public interest provision which I'm sure you could successfully apply. You could advise them that I think they could successfully apply, because at the end of the day, first, what are they going to appeal to the Land and Environment Court about a condition where they utilise their public interest head of consideration to stop a puppy farm? I mean, I'd like to see a Commissioner of the Land and Environment Court stick his or her neck out that far. So it's it's worthwhile a fight to have, I think. Yeah,
I have spoken to a couple of councils, and they were obviously very nervous about any costs associated with having to go to court, and that was their sort of hesitation. And they've been sort of sitting around and waiting for legislation that will outlaw it, which obviously is coming along, but it's just it's been a very long time coming, unfortunately, until we've gotten to this place. We talked a little bit about the funding for enforcement agencies. It did come from the Office of Local Government it seems that your position is that any further funding would come from the agriculture portfolio. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sorry,
Sorry, Ms Hurst. The agriculture portfolio did provide that funding. It was more supplemental funding that came out from the Office of Local Government, but it was a whole of government decision to provide that. So
when you say the supplemental funding, the 26 million.
Yes.
Which is a lot more than, I think it was 750 or 800,000
Yes.
that was coming from the DPI.
Yes.
As quite a substantial difference.
Sorry, maybe I'm not making myself clear. There is a baseline funding.
Yes,
and
but
grant process.
that's under 1 million, isn't it?
Yes,
Yes,
that comes
it's a
from
very
DPI.
small-
This was supplemental funding, and it was
Yes.
also a recognition of some of the challenges that those agencies had been through as a result of COVID. It was also a reflection of some of the challenges that they were dealing with in terms of implementing, changing community views and aspirations as well.
Absolutely. And Minister, obviously, a lot of that funding went to expanding their inspectorate. This was an inquiry that was done in the agriculture portfolio at the time that, there was OH&S issues with one inspector going out to inspect animal cruelty cases. We know that there's a link between people who are violent to animals and people who are violent to humans, and we recognise that that was a problem. And I know the DPI, when they send out inspectors, they always send two. And the same with the police. If this funding, which expires in June, obviously the inspectorates will have to lay off a lot of staff, reduce the enforcement activities. Has there been budget submissions and representations made to you by the enforcement agencies, given that 26 million did come from Office of Local Government previously?
I made some recent inquiries that looks like they're spending the money responsibly and will not run out by the 30th of June. I don't know what the situation though is in relation to where we're up to in relation to funding.
Yeah.
So I can just say that is a major part of what we're doing at the moment to review funding for enforcement agencies, and that needs to be properly considered as part of the...
Is there a timeline? I understand the Minister saying that they might have some money beyond that June 2024, but obviously these organisations will be very nervous with the months going forward. Is there any kind of vague timeline in regards to when they can understand when that review will finish?
I might ask Dr. Filmer to...
That funding's being reviewed, and that will be dependent on a Treasury response. So once the budget comes out, my understanding is then that's when you'll find out.
Oh, right. Okay, so the review itself has finished, so you've done your work, and then that's now with government.
So it's with Treasury. So,
Treasury.
Yeah, so in terms of timing, you'll know that better than me, probably.
Okay. Thank you. No, but that helps me understand that your part of that is completed.
Yes.
Thank you. Minister, when I was in budget estimates with Minister Dibb, he hinted that you might have an announcement regarding the pet registry.
No, I don't have an announcement in relation to the...
You don't have anything?
No, look, I've had a...
He said he didn't want to steal your thunder.
No, I've had at least several private conversations with him about the pet registry hanging off the Service New South Wales app to see whether or not there was any sort of pushback in relation to it. But there's been, you'd be really surprised to hear this, but there's been some IT issues with the pet registry that, these turnkey solutions everybody buys but never works. But anyway, Mr. Whitworth will tell you what
Thank you, Minister.
IT problem is.
So, I mean, we are talking about using the licence.New South Wales platform. So that's basically linking into the Service New South Wales website and their process. So the companion animals register is the third largest digital database in New South Wales. So this will be the largest database that uses this licence.New South Wales platform. To date, some of the existing utilisation has been smaller systems. So we're talking about transitioning a 20-year-old, nearly 20-year-old database into a contemporary environment. We're working very closely with Department of Customer Service in terms of the build, but many of the things that we needed to do have almost required it's hardly the turnkey solution that people sort of expected that it would be, and we have to build a number of components. But we are working to a three-stage component. First stage release. We are now talking July, and that will enable that will be effectively the public launch, and then there'll be a progressive expansion over the second stage from July to February 2025, and then the third stage will be the specific portal creation, so that you will have the opportunity, whether it's RSPCA, police, councils, particular
rescue
breeders,
groups as well,
rehoming organisations, to get a specific access into the portal so that they can draw out key data points that will help them, whether it's individual cases or broad-scale data, to help them undertake the work that they do.
Thank you. And I might come back with some more questions in the afternoon. But while we've got you, Minister, at the last estimates hearing, I asked whether the Labor government would be renewing the $5 million companion animal care grant program that occurred last year, the year before. And you said it was too early to say at the last estimates hearing. Are you able to give us any update today as we head into this 2024 budget?
I can't, Mr Whitworthy. You know what the situation is?
When we've been talking about the money for RSPCA Animal Welfare League, there were effectively 4 components of that major funding announcement.
So I might just, sorry to interrupt you, Mr. I might just go back to you, Minister, because the question is whether you will be renewing so there was a grant specifically for companion animal rehoming organisations, so rescue organisations that take animals from pounds to rehome them. They take other abandoned animals. They're a major resource for the pound system to make sure that we reduce the number of animals that are euthanised. And so there was a $5 million grant, $100,000 could be applied for these organisations that were registered under the Local Government Act. My question is, are you looking at considering furthering that $5 million grant going forward?
No, they're not yearly grants. So again, I suppose my point that I was trying to make before, these were part of that broader supplemental funding that was announced by the former government and honoured by this government. The process by which those agencies are acquitting that money continues and will continue for a period of time. And I can go into some of the statistics for you this afternoon on that.
We'll have to review those for the purposes of making our submissions to the ERC as part of the budget process.
Thank you. The opposition?
I'll have one question, then pass to my colleague. Sorry. So prior to the break, Minister, you mentioned a number of councils that you'd met with, and I commend you on all of those meetings. During any of your discussions, did the councils mention, I guess, their financial sustainability, and moving on from that, their need to apply to IPART for special rate variations?
They're not council's financial sustainability, not in the way in which you've asked, but I mean generally, and genuinely they talk to me about a variety of the pressures that they face, and the pressures in certain priorities that they face. Or alternatively, they speak about their successes. Sometimes councils' financial pressures or sustainability relates to their expenditure in areas that aren't traditional local government areas, but they are spent in an effort to enhance their communities, and then they can't reduce that service because the community wants to maintain it. Other councils, I was at Wagga, I think, last week. I mean, it's inspiring what that council does and what their general manager does. Just absolutely amazing. I mean, whatever minor level of success I had in local government, I couldn't hope to do what, what they do. I look at what Brewarrina Council does, how they've been able to reduce or eliminate Aboriginal crime by mentoring kids from year 10 and employing them. There's some really inspiring work, but a lot of their problems are structural. A lot of their problems relate to services that they're picking up, which might be the states. A lot of them relate to the inability to source income, where they're dependent upon grants, ad hoc grants. Mm-hmm. There's a variety of issues and challenges, and my role is I've served in local government. I've been out of it for 10 or 11 years from a metropolitan council, so I need to speak to rural and regional councils to understand their challenges and issues, which are different to metropolitan councils. They'll go to Burwood and I just see what they do is just remarkable. So there's some pretty remarkable stuff out there in between the sort of bad news that usually crosses my desk every day.
Thank you, Minister. I'll now pass to my colleague.
So, Minister, with respect to those special rate variations, are you concerned by the number of special rate variations that are appearing each and every year?
Yes. Yes, and that's one of the reasons I want the Legislative Council to have a look at.
So that will be within the terms of reference in terms of special rate variation?
Yeah, it will. It should be incorporated in the terms of reference, because what happens is that you keep increasing, you keep giving them rate increases below the inflation rate, and then ultimately they go to IPART and they just can justify a rate increase in relation to their financial position, and then right in the middle of a cost of living crisis, you end up with people with bill shock. So when the government took political responsibility 46 years ago for council rates, then you knew 46 years ago that they were never going to be reasonable in their response. So, in the past with IPART, they used to give them, you used to have to show that you had a project or something of that nature you seek to fund, and you consult your community, etc. Now, effectively, it's effectively just a mechanism whereby you can justify
environmental levy or
well, you don't need environmental levy. You can just show that your financial position is such that you're financially unsustainable unless they provide this to you. So there is too many, and too many is a product of decades of decision making.
Thank you, Minister. Now, Minister, you've established that you're the lucky star of local government and visiting a lot of councils. You
think so?
Oh, it seemed like you were the I've been everywhere man when it comes to local government, at least by your contention. Although it doesn't appear in your diaries, so we're a little bit puzzled by why that's the case. But, Minister, moving on, you mentioned Burwood Mayor John Faker and the work being done in Burwood Council. And you've also mentioned in the last local government estimates that councils have a critical role in the planning process. Are you concerned, and are you hearing from mayors like John Faker that they're concerned about the changes that your government's bringing in when it comes to planning across New South Wales?
I'm not the one having discussions or negotiating with the mayors of councils over meeting the state's housing strategy, a strategy which not only do I support because I'm a minister, but is well overdue. And I think the planning minister is actually been quite exceptional in the way in which he is managing the cooperation of councils in respect of the process, and I think you should be talking to him about that as distinct from me, because I don't have a role. But when I go and see what they've done in Burwood and what they're able to negotiate through voluntary planning agreements and being able to create densities close to rail stations and create those public spaces, I mean, that's the sort of work that you see really maybe only when councils larger councils have expertise and a lot of experienced expert planning resources and engineers. You don't normally see that in a small council.
Well,
so
Minister,
that's why
surely getting around to all these councils, you're hearing from councils their frustration in terms of not being a partner with the state government in this delivery.
I think you're finding that that the partnership's growing.
You might be the only person who's got that assessment, Minister.
No.
But Minister, I will ask you with respect to...
I mean, I'm probably speaking to more of them than you are, Mr. Farley.
Oh, I don't know about that these days, Minister. But Minister, with respect to the Department of Local Government's role when it came to, in particular, the selection of sites for transport-oriented development. So Ms Fishburn told us at the Planning Minister's estimates hearing that the Office of Local Government were part of what was known as the Interagency Assessment Review Committee. Minister, what was the Office of Local Government's role as part of that committee?
Mr Whitworth?
Because
I didn't have a role.
I think that role was probably twofold. It partially was the fact that I am a long-term public, planning bureaucrat and had an understanding of the sites and the issues, and so I think there was that desire to access some of my my history in the area. The other element was that under the National Housing Accord, I think I've given evidence on this before, that I have been asked to chair the Local Government Engagement Working Group, which brings together the different jurisdictions, mainly around of the different states and their housing and local government officers, to provide advice to essentially the Council of Finance and Treasurers ministers on some of the local government perspectives around the delivery of housing under the National Housing Accord. Did
the Office of Local Government have any advocacy or for councils to have input into the process in terms of selection of sites?
Sorry, that's the process the process of selection of sites was a process where there was a lot of planning information. I think that there was evidence that was provided. There was requests on specific issues. I think evidence has been given in other hearings about how the different agencies were asked to provide information about particular constraints and processes. As I said, my role there was probably more in terms of my history and understanding of Sydney and its geography, more so than a particular local government perspective. What I did say, which is part of the process, is that it will be important to talk to local government and to advertise and exhibit and engage with councils on what the proposed reforms were, which is what happened. And Ms Fishburn spent a lot of time talking to councils and actually meeting with councils and the councillors to engage them as part of the process.
And Mr Whitworth, with respect to the role that you played, you're saying that effectively you were there as a member of a member of the cluster, so to speak, rather than as a representative of the Office of Local Government. Is that a fair characterisation? Or?
Well, that is a characterisation, yes, and I did say that, I mean, I'm a member of the executive of the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, and I bring a local government perspective into the conversations that occur around that table, just as my colleague, Deputy Secretary, for example, Ms Hawes, provides a Crown Lands perspective, etc., etc. So it's not unusual for me to participate in a conversation, but I'm there to provide advice as to what the most appropriate process would be to engage with councils and any local government perspectives around the Local Government Act. I'm not the advocate for councils specifically, because that is a job that's undertaken by Local Government New South Wales, for example, who actually represents the councillors and the councils through a far more democratic process. My job is to be effectively the custodian, the regulator of the local government system, working for the minister to ensure that there are frameworks in place about how councils operate, and to ensure that they can operate within those frameworks and to achieve service delivery outcomes that will be expected of councils as a result of legislation and so forth.
Okay, thank you. Minister, we might return to some other questions on that this afternoon. Minister, just turning now to Newcastle City Council. You were talking about the unsolicited advice you get from many of your Legislative Assembly colleagues, particularly on the quiet. I suspect that with Newcastle City Council, the member for Wallsend's given you some advice vocally and has done so on the record as well with respect to Newcastle City Council. Is that correct?
Oh, I think the member for Wallsend, like all of us in local government, was campaigning about a swimming pool or something in her electorate. I remember that.
Well,
I remember the member for Cogra was campaigning for years for a swimming pool in his electorate to remain open as well.
I suspect this is less about a swimming pool, Minister, but. Minister, you'd be aware of the CEO of Newcastle City Council, Mr Jeremy Barth, and that the member for Wallsend has stated in Parliament that he authored letters under a pseudonym, effectively, of Scott Nayland, a long-time friend of his who's lived in Japan for the last 25 years.
Yeah, I've read,
and that the member for Wallsend's
I've read the Newcastle Herald's repeated coverage in respect of that issue.
And the member for Wallsend's called for him to be sacked. Do you agree with the member for Wallsend?
It's not for me to pass an opinion. Newcastle Council is a democratically elected third tier of government that is required to govern the people of the city of Newcastle. They employ a general manager. When the issue came to me, I sent it to the Lord Mayor of Newcastle, and it was for them to make whatever determination they make. It's not for me to judge performances. Now, my job is to make sure that effectively their constitution is adhered to, and that they're operating in accordance with their constitution, which is the Local Government Act, other legislation, and to make sure they financially don't fall over is effectively my role, really.
And Minister Hoenig, there's been an investigation, terms and reference, and a full report into these allegations against Mr Barth. Did you or the Office of Local Government have any role in establishing the investigation?
No, I wrote to the Lord Mayor of Newcastle and suggested that it's her employee, she should look at it. But apart from that, I don't think we did anything, did we?
We have no role, because it's the conduct of the general manager, the employment terms of the general manager are all the responsibility
of the council itself. Yeah.
Now, your member for Wallsend, Sonia Hoenig, has stated, and I quote, "The entire investigation has been secret, hidden and flawed." Do you or the Office of Local Government have a view on this?
My view generally about all these secret code of conduct hearings, generally speaking, particularly when they relate to councillors, is quite bizarre. There's a really strange one that impacted upon Bayside councillor recently, which I thought was ridiculous. But when you're dealing with council staff, for instance, a different test applies. They're entitled to, like any employee, they're entitled to their privacy, and they're entitled to discretion, etc. So a staff member that may well is alleged to have done the right or wrong thing, those matters should be necessarily investigated by an employer with, you know, due deference to their right to privacy. I would have thought.
And Minister Hoenig, the local Labor branch in Newcastle have passed motions calling on the investigation to be released, and Mr Barth agrees. Will you work with Newcastle Council to ensure that this investigation is released?
Look, I will comply with the law, and I will comply with whatever my statutory obligation is. I mean, there are many branches of the Labor Party that ask me to sack administrators or sack councils or to do a variety of things, but I'll do what my duty requires me to do. And really, what's really important, because I've seen this happen over decades, is it is absolutely critical that the Minister for Local Government makes his or her statutory decisions and utilises their discretions in a bipartisan, non-political way. Because, you know, during this period of time I said to you, there's a window here whereby I may well be able to achieve some reasonable reforms, providing I can operate on a bipartisan basis. So I'm not going to intrude. I'm not going to intrude in people's local squabbles. I'm not going to be told by people to make political decisions that aren't right decisions to do.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, in terms of the investigation, it's been reported that the investigators didn't contact the newspaper the letters, including those unpublished, were sent to. Do you think that's acceptable in terms of that investigation?
Look, I've only read the newspaper reports. I haven't for some time. I've just got some, but I can say generally speaking about these code of conduct examiners and the way in which the system has been operating is requires pretty urgent. Well, requires some review.
Now, in talking about a bipartisan approach, so to speak, and I will disclose this is a Liberal councillor on the council, but she was told that a notice of motion that she submitted, this is Katrina Walk, Councillor Walk, was unlawful and thus was excluded from consideration for a council meeting. Minister, do you believe that a notice of motion could be unlawful for a council to consider?
Yes, can be. If a notice of motion, if a notice of motion seeks the council to do something that's not lawful, but what should happen, and this relates to Code of Meeting Practices, which is not all these papers, there's another encyclopedia. But what should happen if there is a notice of motion that is unlawful, asked to do an unlawful thing, is that the Mayor should rule that notice of motion out of order. That used to be the way in which to do it. What's happened both with codes of conduct and codes of meeting practice is that general managers have been inserted into a process which creates, which forces general managers into political conflict that the general managers should not be either in or should not be forced to be in. So to avoid things like, you know, aldermen jumping up and saying we should have a swimming pool built in our area, and they say, yeah, we should have a swimming pool, and they go and spend millions of dollars to build a swimming pool and lose $500,000 a year for the next 50 years. So to avoid doing that, they say, oh, well, if the notice of still a code of meeting practice, say, if a notice of motion is going to cost the council money, it's not allowed to be considered unless the general manager writes a report how much that is.
Now, Minister, I might just cut you off there just so I can get one last question in again. Minister, with respect to that notice of motion, not only was that excluded from the consideration of the meeting, but Mr Barth, as general manager, actually issued a media release stating that that was authored by somebody other than the councillor, a Mr Cook. That councillor has, Councillor Walk has claimed that that is defamatory and it was not authored by that person. Do you think that's acceptable conduct from a general manager of council to issue press releases against his own councillors?
these councils have adopted policies that I don't know whether Newcastle Council has, there's 128 of them, that makes general managers the spokesman on behalf of councils and try and restrict other councillors from making public statements, and those things are always fraught. You know, if you start putting the general manager up as a council spokesman instead of the mayor, you'll always end up with the general manager being criticised. Whether that's the case in Newcastle or not, I don't have enough knowledge to be able to judge.
Minister, I'm very uncomfortable with this conversation because it's impinging on a code of conduct process, and it's also making a number of assertions that I don't believe to be the case. The general manager did not have an involvement in the decision about whether the notice of motion was unlawful, and I don't believe that the general manager issued a media release but was in fact contacted by the media as a result of a confidential piece of correspondence to myself being made public. So I really do feel that these sorts of public forums are not the right place to, you know, delve into these sorts of matters, because there are multiple sides to this story.
Thank you.
Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, good afternoon, to you, Minister. Just a couple of questions, because I think a lot of them have already been asked by my colleagues, and then I might pass back to Dr. Conn. As you know, the Katoomba shelter is closing, the RSPCA's Katoomba shelter, and the community have been calling for a council-run pound and shelter to be established in its place. Is there any intention to do that?
Yeah, Katoomba, what's happening?
Thank you, Minister. So the RSPCA has been looking at its arrangements. I don't want to sort of delve into why it's making its decision about Katoomba, but it did approach us and say it was provided a number of grant funds, previous grant rounds, for capital works. That included money at Katoomba, but it would like to transfer that to an Illawarra facility.
Yeah.
I gave approval for that last Friday, I believe, or even Friday before. Yeah, that
Sorry,
was
approval
last week. For the transfer of some of its funds that it had earmarked for the Blue Mountains facility upgrade to be transferred to an Illawarra facility.
Okay, but in terms of there being a facility in Katoomba?
Yes, but it was also on the basis that the RSPCA was engaging with council, and that the council was prepared to take on the Katoomba facility.
Okay, so that's going to happen.
Well, that was the terms of the approval that we've given them to transfer the money.
Okay.
I suppose it's now up to the RSPCA and Blue Mountains Council to resolve that process of negotiation.
Okay. When would we expect to know then what was happening? Because I know the community is very concerned. When will this be resolved? That sounds a positive step forward.
I suppose these are matters for the two parties that,
okay.
I suppose we've given the parameters around the approval to transfer the money, recognising the importance of that Katoomba facility. I suppose the Companion Animals Act doesn't require a council to have a pound, but it does require them to have access to a pound. So Blue Mountains Council would need to find a pound if the RSPCA closed the Katoomba facility down. The Katoomba facility is something that the council and the RSPCA I know are engaging on in terms of the transfer.
If a solution isn't found, as we've seen through the inquiry into pounds and shelters, and as we've known for some time, then we would expect community animal rescue and rehoming groups to have to sort of step up and take the burden. If that does happen, will there be funding for those organisations? Will be there something put in place?
It is a hypothetical question, but I go back to the point that I made earlier, that it is the responsibility of a council to have access to a pound. So if the Katoomba facility is no longer available to the council, it will need to work with either to establish a new facility, or it will need to work with its neighbours to utilise their pound facilities, whether it's Lithgow or whether it's Penrith. I don't see that, obviously the rehoming organisations have an important role to play, particularly given the responsibility of a council to make sure that they engage with rehoming organisations before making a decision about the future of an animal. But I don't necessarily see that there's an increased burden on them as a result of a decision between RSPCA and Blue Mountains.
And sorry, just to jump in there, although not actively in the discussions between RSPCA and Blue Mountain City Council, it is worth stressing that from all accounts we have, those conversations have been positive. So it's, although it's a hypothetical, from what we gather, hopefully the conversations go well.
Because we know that our existing pounds and shelters are incredibly, sort of overburdened, and there are real animal welfare concerns if we keep the same number of pounds and shelters but end up with, councils kind of accessing other pounds. So I appreciate what you're saying, that there's no obligation to provide the pounds, but rather for them to be able to access one. But clearly, as a government, we need to have sufficient pounds and shelters for all of the animals that may need it, or we're going to have terrible animal welfare outcomes, aren't we, Minister? Yeah. Okay. Can I just ask, one of the questions I asked last year, which I actually asked them on notice, and I got some really good data back, so thank you very much, was in relation to the current registry, which I know we've identified as being, it is being updated. We asked a bunch of questions about the age of animals and other issues that couldn't be addressed because of the current form of the register. Will the new pet registry be able to be sort of more accurately searched for things like the oldest animal and that sort of thing?
Well, I hope so. I'll get Mr. Whitworth to answer. I mean, my concern is that they'll import data from the old pet registry into the new one, and they don't. And they don't anyway record whether or not the animal dies or not.
Yeah.
But anyway, Mr. Whitworth.
Thank you, Minister.
I've had these conversations with him, so there isn't a mechanism where an animal dies that there is an automatic update. So we're really reliant on the owners being able to say we need to change the registration status of the animal. And the challenge that we have with the existing companion animal register is that it just doesn't have that functionality to provide people with prompts, with emails, etc. Which is why building the system off the New South Wales, the licence.New South Wales platform, linking it into that Service New South Wales environment will enable emails, updates to be provided to people to remind them regularly that they have certain obligations.
There's still no, I guess there's never going to be a situation where we have an independent verification of the information or any, I mean, it's very much reliant on user data entry.
Yes, but we don't, hard for me to say this because we don't have death certificates for dogs and cats, for example. So what you're talking about is going to that sort of process. What we're actually what we're trying to create is a mechanism whereby a fairly humane and an appropriate way of identifying that someone's pet has passed away, that they can then put that into the system, that they know that there's a requirement to do so.
Apologies for cutting you off just because my time is limited, but for example, it's a bit of a running joke in the Central Coast where I'm from, that we apparently have, animals on our part of the register that are sort of older than the average age of most people. And I'm looking at the figures by LGA of all of the registered cats and dogs, and we have a huge number on the Central Coast, 208,000 registered, whereas most of these council areas have sort of, anywhere between sort of 20, 40. No one else has 200,000. Will there be an education aspect of the pet registry where, people are encouraged to come and actually correct the record?
Yes, absolutely. And that's part and parcel of making the improved connections to pet owners. Mr. Walters reminded me also that those portals that I've talked about, the third stage, it also will give, so if a vet does need to euthanise an animal because at the end of their life, for example, the vet will be able to provide a prompt into the system that that an animal has passed away. So there's that element. There's also an ability to better target people in terms of their responsibilities as pet owners, be it how they care for their pet, be it how they ensure that their pet is safe, and how they relate to other people, and what happens at the end of their life.
Okay, is there any functionality for, we've spoken about greyhound whole of life tracking, and the government's answer has been to say that they will make sure that, once a dog comes off of the greyhound registry, it will go on to the companion animals register. But we've always seen that as being not the solution, because it's then incredibly hard to track a greyhound in the companion animals register. Is there any additional functionality being built in around those kind of high-risk animals in the new pet registry system?
Well, sorry, through you, Minister, again, but the greyhounds have, the Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission does have access to the companion animals register now.
Yes, but in terms of it's a whole other issue, but they don't then have power to go and investigate under the Act. It's something we've been working on. But is there any additional functionality under the pet register?
That would potentially be one of the portals that could gain access to.
Okay. Thank
Chair,
you.
may I please be excused? I need to see the Premier.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Minister, just to go back to my previous questions, will you commit to advocating for financial support for rescue groups in the upcoming budget?
Those are the ones that are currently being funded. Are you talking about
the ones that did previously get a small amount of funding? Yes, my understanding is that funding's all been used up. They were quite small grants.
Yeah, I can commit to pursuing a renewal of those fundings through the process. I can do that, can't I?
You're the minister.
Yes, you can, Minister.
Look, at the end of the day, it's not a lot of money. I mean, I just see how I go getting it through the Razor Gang. I mean, everything's so hard these days. But,
thank you, though, Minister. I do appreciate that.
Look, and at the end of the day, Ms. Hurst, I mean, you and your party have been, remarkably successful in pursuing these issues. When I look at, reduction in euthanasia rates and that sort of stuff for animals, so you're not asking for a lot.
No, we're not asking for a lot. I have a similar question about funding for cat desexing and community cat programs. The Centre for International Economics report commissioned by OLG recommended an investment of $10 million over 5 years, with a focus on 40 councils with the highest cat pound intakes. Is that something that you've been briefed on?
Not that I particularly recall. I mean, most of the issues in relation to cats that I'm dealing with, and I'm waiting for that welfare committee that you chair, most of the discussions I have relates to cat containment and the impact on wildlife. So
the cat containment really kind of, I mean, these issues are all the same, like they all sort of flow into each other, which I'm sure once that inquiry starts, you'll start to see the major intersections with these. Some organisations are talking about cat containment, and other organisations are saying that actually we should be focusing on desexing to reduce the number of homeless cats that are out there.
I don't think any of those things are mutually exclusive. I mean, what I really am concerned about, without any time, is recently. So for example, I recently met with Sue Higginson about cat containment and giving local government immediately power to be able to, ensure cat containment. But I can't. I just said to her, I can't do that now until the committee's looked at it, because I'll give, some 85-year-old ladies cattle get out, and some ranger will turn up with a fine. So I don't want to go down that path.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, Minister. And I appreciate that you're waiting for that inquiry's report, so I do appreciate that. I understand that some councils in Western Australia actually offer a grant program for people to actually construct catios.
Construct?
They're called catios. It's like a patio, but it's a cat enclosure where the cat can actually go outside. And I guess
I've
that's...
actually seen one in somebody's house at Beaconsfield. I've not seen that before.
Well, now you know what they're called. It's called a catio.
Yeah.
And
it's the first time I've seen it. I was door knocking this place, and I was,
well, there you go. And so that's kind of a voluntary cat containment, where people actually choose to keep their cats inside, and obviously that comes from educational programs. But there was a grant program in Western Australia, so that people who couldn't obviously afford to build something like that, or for areas that were particularly high risk for wildlife. Is that something you're open to exploring?
Look, the challenge is going to be, after the Animal Welfare Committee has looked at this, is that how are you then going to impose things that are going to cost people money to be able...
Sorry, the question was whether you'd consider a grant program. Not whether you'd consider imposing that people will have to have
Can we just... it's a hypothetical. Can we just wait and see if they're giving grants for something? I mean, I'm happy to have a look at it if you send it to me. I've never heard the word before, so I'm happy to have it looked at, but I can't commit to something I don't know.
That's right. Yeah. No, my question was just, are you open to exploring it? Minister, in regards to the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal conducting the investigation to the financial models of councils, do you know if this review will give any consideration to how councils actually are funding their pound facilities?
My only statutory responsibility is to ensure under the Act they've got to have a pound. Beyond that, it becomes, and this is beyond that becomes an enforcement issue, so that if they're not being housed in a proper way, then it becomes a matter of enforcement by the RSPCA, Animal Welfare League or police. So I've not contemplated that being an issue. I mean, at some point, you keep pursuing, and I know you have with the previous government, and this division of responsibility between the local government and DPI, and at some point there's got to be a resolution of that, because it must make it hard. It's quite clear to people. It's quite clear to people like Mr. Whitworth, but I mean, it must be pretty hard for members of Parliament to start holding people for an account as you got shared responsibility as they divide up. At some point, it's going to have to resolve itself.
And it has come up quite a lot in the pound inquiry. There's been a lot of calls for pounds and particularly the welfare issues within pounds to actually fall under local government, but I guess that's something that we will consider as part of the committee. We have heard that many pounds are operating on inadequate budgets. They're relying on external rescue groups even for bedding and things like that. We know that there are pounds being run out of vets practices because they don't have a proper pound system. I don't know how those issues will fall under enforcement. To me, that seems like that's an issue in regards to the construction of pounds themselves and whether or not councils are prioritising those facilities and how they'll run.
Look, the advice I've received, and I haven't looked at it independently, which is unusual for me, but I haven't looked at it independently, is that the only statutory authority I have is to make that the council has to have a pound. Other than that,
do you feel that needs to be extended then? I mean, if a vet is running the pound because there is no facility, or if they're relying entirely on rescue organisations to take all the animals because they've got a very small number of enclosures, I can't see how that would actually fall under an enforcement issue, because it doesn't necessarily mean that the animals are in poor welfare. It just means that the actual pound facility itself isn't being adequately run. Is that then just a black hole where that falls?
I don't know. There is a pound inquiry. What stage is that up to? Isn't that something that the Legislative Council was looking at in the pound inquiry?
We are looking into it, but I guess
Yeah.
my question is to you, Minister. I mean, where does that fall then under this whole division idea?
Well, it doesn't fall anywhere under the current arrangements. I think that's probably why the inquiry is happening in the first place.
Minister, sorry. If I can, it also falls with the council itself as to the standards that the standards that they will be applying to the operation of the pound, and remembering that councils are democratically elected, so it will be the community that will be saying to the councillors, these are the expectations that we have on you for how those pounds are functioning.
I think though, that might be a reasonable response, but I think. You get organisations like people in the animal welfare space or the Animal Justice Party know full well that animals can't advocate for themselves and don't vote, and that there's not a huge line of people lining up behind you to fight these issues. So I think the normal democratic process answers probably may not be the correct response in this circumstance.
Thank you. So your understanding is that I-part won't be
No, let's wait for the
anything.
pound inquiry and let's see where it goes.
Yeah. Minister, in regards to sort of that enforcement side of it, my understanding was that in the last 2 years there's only been routine inspections of just 3 of the New South Wales Council pounds of 128. Does that concern you that there's no routine inspections for that enforcement side of it as well?
Well, you probably need to direct those questions to DPI, who are responsible for delegating their enforcement to the RSPCA. The other thing too, though, is councils have health powers as well too, quite individually. So even though you would have thought that if they're running their own sort of reasonably unhealthy facility, that they might have their health inspectors have something to say. So unless they deem running a pound means that they can't enforce their own health standards, because that would be a conflict of interest, that could be an excuse I'm sure some would manufacture.
Thank you. I believe we've got about 4 minutes left, so I'll go 2 minutes to the opposition to begin with.
I just have one question, and could you provide the terms of reference for the LC inquiry on notice to this committee?
Yeah, sure. As soon as they're finalised or have gone off or whatever, I'm happy to do that.
So, thank
I'm
you.
happy to provide it to you individually too if you want. There's no secret.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, I'll just ask, in terms of, have you advocated at all to the federal government in terms of local government funding? Of course, there was formerly about a 1% line of revenue for local government. Is that something you've taken up?
I think constantly. I think didn't it used to be 2% at one stage?
You might be right. Maybe 1% in my time and 2% in yours.
Yeah. Look. Constantly, there is considerable tension between the New South Wales government and the Commonwealth government over funding, GST funding. Considerable tension.
And Minister, last time we spent a little bit of time on the Ron tent, so to speak. This time I'll have to ask you about the Ron Tok. I'm not on TikTok, but I'm informed that you are. And just wanting to ask, Minister, whether you have TikTok installed on your ministerial mobile phone.
I don't have a ministerial mobile phone.
Okay, that answers that question.
Okay, Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you. I'm interested in the government's, there's a $17 million capital works fund for existing early childhood education in areas of need, which was announced alongside its new public preschools. I understand that was announced by the Education Minister and it's very welcome, but are there any equivalent measures planned to support council-run early childhood education?
I'd have to take that
on notice, why would a council childcare centre or a preschool be in a different category to anybody else's? I don't know that question. Answer that question. But I am very supportive, and it's about time that the government started recognising education for early childhood, because that recommendation has been floating around overseas for a long time.
Oh, absolutely, and that's a really good step in the right direction from the Education Minister, and I acknowledge that. It's relevant that local government New South Wales has been calling for some time for council-run early childhood education and care facilities to be eligible for all funding opportunities and grant programs that are otherwise available in the Early Childhood Education Centre. So I would appreciate that response on notice, or any representation to the Education Minister in that response.
Okay, I shall happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. I don't have anything I can
Do
do
you
in a
any
minute.
more? Ms Boyd? Hold on. Okay, I might throw in a quick couple of questions. Minister, in 2022, local government New South Wales passed a unanimous resolution requesting that the New South Wales government phase out the use of shark nets. This was a quite historic motion. It was supported by every local council that has shark nets actually installed on their beaches. I understand shark nets obviously is a decision for the Agriculture Minister, but I'm wondering if there's any actions that you've taken to represent and advocate for the position of councils to the rest of the government, or to the Agriculture Minister yourself.
Well, it was carried in 2022. Firstly, it was before my time as a minister. Secondly, it was a resolution carried by the local government New South Wales annual conference about a matter relating to Minister Moriarty's portfolio. It would have gone directly to her. It wouldn't have gone through me. And thirdly, I'm not qualified to be able to, respond to that sort of matter as a Minister of the Crown. We've all got our private views, but I can't do it as a Minister of the Crown.
Thank you. It is now time for government questions, if there are any. That being the case, Minister, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Our time with you has completed, and the committee will break for lunch, and we will return at 2 p.m. Okay, welcome back. We have some new witnesses joining us for the afternoon session. We have Ms Gibbs, Ms Bishop and Mr Baxter, and we'll need to ask you to be sworn in prior to giving evidence. Could I ask you each to please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting from my left.
Hi, yes, I'm Karen Bishop. I'm the Director of Sector Performance and Intervention at the Office of Local Government, and I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Gibbs?
My name is Melissa Irene Gibbs and I'm the Director of Policy and Sector Development at the Office of Local Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Baxter?
Keith Baxter, the Director of Emergency Recovery and Strategy. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. We now go to the opposition for questions.
Oh, sorry,
Oh,
Madam Chair. I just wanted to, there was a stat that was given this morning about women in councils, and I just wanted to make sure that I was clear that I'd said that there were 42%. I was talking about candidates, so the number of candidates had increased from 38% to 42%.
Yeah.
And Dr. Con, you are absolutely correct. 39% number of councillors in New South Wales are female.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Allen McDonald.
Thank you for your time this afternoon. I just was wondering, when the Minister, just prior to lunch, he said he doesn't have a ministerial phone. How does the department contact the Minister?
Typically, I will make contact with the Minister through his office. Mm-hmm. So I, communicate with his principal policy advisors, his chief of staff. Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, you could see the Minister's phone on his desk, so he will, from time to time, call me as well. But the principal mode of contact is through the ministerial, through his ministerial advisors. But also we make contact through the departmental liaison officers and the established processes and protocols about the supply of information from the Office of Local Government or Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure up to the Minister's office.
Thank you. I might now turn to, I touched on waste contractors with regard to the Local Government General Amendment Tendering Regulation number 2, 2023. So I just wanted to get across some of the finer details, if I could. So where are you? So the definition of waste, as outlined in the regulation, is quite broad. Was it intended that this regulation would impact cleaning contracts within local government that include the collection of sanitary and medical wastes?
That's an interesting perspective that's come directly from an industry group. I think we've got to be careful to understand that we are talking about situations where a council is tendering out for the provision of a particular service. So yes, the definition needs to be understandably broad, but the provisions in the regulation around the protection of staff entitlements very much relate back to the tender process. So if there isn't a tender process for that, then those staff are acceptable. Not captured. Thank you. The other thing is that this is about the collection of waste. In terms of the councils undertaking their proper function as providing municipal services. If you're talking about someone that's going into toilets to collect sanitary napkins and so forth in the council chambers, then that would be a professional service that the council has already outsourced and wouldn't be someone that they had already in their employ. It's part of their operational procedures for the running of the council chambers and the administration building. So we do hear these, and we have asked a number of councils. We've asked, whenever anyone's come to us and asked us about this, we've said we're really keen to get your perspective on this and to understand what their particular concerns are. As the Minister said, more than happy to look at how those issues could be fine-tuned. But I also think it's important to recognise that this isn't a regulation. The regulation was changed, but the changes were made off the back of existing provisions that were associated with the tendering out of waste services in the first place. So this isn't what the regulation did is just make it clearer and stronger that you can't achieve innovation. You can't achieve innovation in waste delivery at the expense of proper entitlements that workers have.
So, when you say tightening up, is it up to the councils in their tendering documents to outline what their definition of waste is, or how would you see?
It will be up to the councils to define what services they're outsourcing or what services they are seeking to obtain tenders on, and then how those would relate to the existing staff or the staff that had been undertaking that service to date. Okay. So it's not just, oh my God, the waste definition is huge. It needed to be quite broad. It's actually the tender definition and the tender documents that will be used to identify who the staff are that are affected and who the staff are where that mandatory consultation will need to occur.
Thank you. And the Minister also indicated this regulation needed to be brought in because it was necessary, as you say, to protect employees. But there doesn't appear to be a definition of employee. Was it intended that this regulation impacts only the drivers, or would it impact all waste staff, including mechanics, education staff, call centre staff and management?
I'm sorry, I don't know. You have obviously been provided some material. We'd be happy to get access to that material. We have asked a number of people that we've engaged with in the waste industry, government, local government. But I think remembering that it comes back to also the tender document and the employees that are providing the services.
So tender document, okay. All right. I'll follow that one up for you. Where are we? And was the regulation also in? Oh, this might sort of come under the same impact employees who have a dual role within council. So if they've got, say, commercial contracts as well as municipal.
So I think the example that you're probably raising, if I can perhaps paraphrase, is where a council collects waste and that's taken to a reprocessing facility, and a number of other councils collect waste and send it to a reprocessing facility. How do you define the extent to which the person working at the reprocessing facility may have originally been from that council? So that's one of the issues that we're very keen to get advice and perspectives on. I also think that it's important that a number of people have made the assumption that this is about locking in staff numbers. It's not about locking in staff numbers, it's about locking in the entitlements. So under the existing award, the local government award, there are mechanisms in which councils can go through a process of identifying that a position is excess and ensuring and enabling that person to take a redundancy. What the waste reg is designed to do is to ensure that those protections are manifest in any tendering process and any subsequent operation of a waste service as a result.
Thank you. And Section 178 states that each relevant registered organisation must be consulted and satisfied for any individual contract. So that would include, say, the Waste Contractors and Recyclers Association. Would it also include the 3 unions? Say, there may be more than 3, but say the TW, AW and MSU?
I'm sorry, but that's actually that's bordering on a request for legal advice.
Oh, okay.
And I think it's also important to read the definition of that there is those terms link to other terms in other pieces of legislation and link to other provisions around the award. They link to other Commonwealth legislation. This was all examined as part of the process of preparing the regulation. We obviously get the Parliamentary Council to draft these provisions so they understand how the law works and they understand how to properly define and characterise these different types of organisations. So I'm quite comfortable that it's about consulting with the unions, the relevant unions.
Okay. And excuse me, just as a follow-on, and you might say that it's bordering on legal advice, I'm not sure, but if, say, an agreement is not reached, will the council be required to issue another tender?
Again, that's a hypothetical. Sorry,
Okay.
that's a hypothetical, and I don't quite understand what the term. You know, if you're going to talk about that, there would have to be other elements to the conversation. There'd have to be other elements to the tender documents and so forth. And there are mechanisms in which councils can, they can, under the tendering regulations, they can deal with those circumstances where they don't have a tender that they can agree with. So there would be a number of recourses that they could look at. Again, that would be something that they would want to take their own legal advice on because it's their own compliance with the tendering regulation.
And what consideration, say, was given to the significant risk the regulation imposes to any tenderer that operates with a workforce which is not able to provide details regarding individual entitlements?
Well, that would be quite concerning that that someone who employs staff don't know what their leave entitlements would be.
So that, yeah, okay. And just on the where we said satisfied, excuse me. What requirements are there for registered organisations to indicate to a council that they are satisfied, say pursuant to section 178 1A?
I would assume a letter would suffice.
A letter? And if the registered organisations cannot be provided with the tender details when the process is still confidential, what requirements are there for registered organisations to act reasonably in indicating their satisfaction regarding the industrial arrangements?
Again, I feel that that's quite a hypothetical question.
Okay.
We
rule out of it.
There seem to be a number of questions that you have. We're more than happy to take, take these on notice.
I think we will take these on notice. There's a few matters in there that I'd like to get my general counsel to have a look at before we provide advice back.
Yeah, okay. And this one might fall in the same category. Do incumbent contractors have an obligation to provide information during the tender process?
Well, that
would be
that's a response to a tender.
Yeah. And each individual council, I suppose.
And it also goes to how the council would put together the tender process as well. So there's obligations on the council in terms of how it puts together the tender and seeks to ensure that it understands the employment entitlements of the people that would be affected.
And just with this, have many councils contacted the department seeking assistance in how they implement these regulations?
We've had a number. I don't know whether Mr. Walter or Ms. Gibbs want to characterise that, or
Yeah, look, I wouldn't say a significant number, but we have had representations, especially from some of the councils that were in various stages of tender preparation at the moment. So yeah, we've certainly had some representations.
Mm-hmm. And was a workshop provided, or just the memo?
We have said to the councils, there's been meetings with the particular industry groups that we're happy to receive their information. We're in the process of compiling that, and then we'll take the next steps will be to identify what we understand, to look at where the issues might be, what further advice we might need. If that requires a workshop or further engagement with councils, we'll certainly undertake that before going back to the Minister.
Okay, yep. And with regard to, say, how will the incumbent contractor be obligated to transfer entitlements? Is that spelled out?
That's something that we would we would again want to get some. Well, firstly, it is a hypothetical question.
Oh, okay.
Secondly,
so on notice.
But it also, I think that there's a lot of detail in what you're asking, and us to anticipate what some of these processes would be. We are not industrial relations lawyers as well, or industrial relations experts, so some of these matters would go to that industrial relations environment. That's why it's important to understand the perspectives that understand that the nature of the hypotheticals that are being raised and that the people are concerned about. But I keep coming back to that fundamental position that what we're doing is making sure that someone who had a job doing something and where they had certain entitlements and protections, they don't suddenly lose those because there's been a change in the world around them that they had no influence or control over.
And this might be another hypothetical, I'm not sure, but what mechanism just on that is in place to ensure that, say, successful contractors do not just pocket the transferred entitlements?
Again, it is a hypothetical because you've got to understand, you'd have to understand what the entitlements were, who was carrying the entitlements. Are we talking about long service leave? Are we talking about standard recreation leave? They get treated differently within a reserve, carrying reserves to pay those environments. So that's why these aren't necessarily the sorts of questions that you can answer in a session like this, because you need to understand how the council had managed the entitlements, how they were transferred from one party to another party. You'd need to understand how they link back to the award. You've then got multiple unions that are associated with this. We've got the parties to the local government award, being Local Government New South Wales, United Services Union, DEPA, and the engineering professionals. They've all got a particular view about how these provisions should and would operate, and they have far greater expertise around those industrial relations matters than what we do. So that's why I keep coming back to, I'm not trying to displace the questions. I'm trying to say you have to look at each individual case on its individual circumstances.
And how do you think, or how do you propose, say, the New South Wales? It's a two-part question. How will the New South Wales government monitor this, and how will local government monitor this regulation?
Monitor from what perspective?
Well, just to ensure that it's operating as it's intended to operate, and
so there's a policy position about is it achieving the policy outcome, and there will be a number of stakeholders that will be very quickly on the phone or on the advising us whether they feel that workers' entitlements are being lost or being protected. in terms of how the individual awards and contracts would operate, the individual awards and the individual arrangements, that would be something that I would expect the parties to the award, I would expect the parties to the tender documents would be responsible for. And again, the unions would more than likely be there making sure that the workers' entitlements are protected.
Can I just add, having had practical experience of outsourcing services within a council, while every council is different, to come back to some of your questions, the expectations would be set up front in the tender document. That would then form the basis of the contract for which you outsourced, and there would be an oversight capacity as part of making sure that that tender was being delivered on, and that includes all industrial relations elements if germane. That could be something like a steerco, report back to council. There's various mechanisms that a council could put into place, but I think to come back, I'm circling right back to the start of what Brett said. The tender document itself is actually the starting point to detail both which employees are affected, but also the conditions under which a contract would then be issued.
And just on the tender document, do you have a suggested template for councils to use, or is it up to each individual council to, how do they start the process?
Well, I mean, they start the process on the basis that there are general requirements for tendering in the regulations. There is guidance around the tendering process. There's not a template tender for waste services, so they would, any tender document would typically be compiled by both procurement professionals, the subject matter experts, and be overseen by legal specialists. I feel like any council. Sorry, yes, and I feel like any template that we would provide would be perhaps suitable for it would have to fit the middle ground. Yep. Not, some of the tender processes that the City of Sydney undertakes, for example, are incredibly complex, very detailed, very well thought through. I'd hate to be, impinging on how they go about it. But if a council, we've made clear to councils that if they want to seek any sort of assistance from us, we'd be happy to talk to them about it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whitworth, the Animal Welfare League's recommendation at the Pound inquiry was that we need to further strengthen relationships between rescue groups and Pounds, and they believe that should be coordinated through the Office of Local Government. I'm just wondering if OLG is currently doing anything in that space to coordinate that relationship between rescue groups and Pounds.
I feel like I'm contractually obliged to point out that I have 65 people in the Office of Local Government, and the expectation of what we can do is quite challenging in terms of everything that everyone expects that we would do to regulate local government. I think the short answer to your question is at the moment we have people that are working to identify the acquittal of the various grants that we provided to the different animal welfare associations, rehoming associations and so on. We have people that we have engaged through the to help us with the education and the expansion of the pet registry and the concepts of responsible responsible pet ownership. We have been looking at the engagement across the sector. Specifically, do we have anyone that is working on the links between Animal Welfare League and rehoming associations? No, I don't believe we do.
With Pounds and rescue organisations.
The Pounds and rescue, sorry, the
Pounds and rescue organisations.
So the Pounds are run by the councils,
yes,
and the rescue organisations being the rehoming, the...
I think, sorry, you said, are we doing any work between Pounds and the Animal Welfare League? So I just wanted to clarify that the question was about rescue organisations.
Okay. So the Animal Welfare League were the people that made the recommendation.
That made the suggestion.
Yeah. And look, I feel like the policy environment for companion animals, for Pounds, the animal welfare, I feel like I'm waiting for a clearer direction as to what is the most appropriate way that we can coordinate resources and coordinate policy activity. If there is a direction that comes from the various inquiries that the government adopts, then we would be more than happy to implement that. But I also need to put the case forward or to identify that there will be a resource implication of that.
Ms Hurst, can I, and I feel like this is my one opportunity to get to wear my general manager hat again. In my experience of having a council with a pound, the relationships with local animal rescue groups is generally very strong. You rely on them, obviously, to help you with rehoming. To be entirely frank, I wouldn't have seen any benefit in OLG actually participating in that activity. I can't see that they could provide a value add that a council who takes their animal responsibility seriously wouldn't already have in place.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I mean, we hear a lot of the time that most pounds are obviously working very close with rescue organisations because they really lean on them. And then, of course, in any kind of system, there's always the small handful on the other end of the scale that aren't managing to work on those relationships the way that the majority are. And I guess, and I think that that's where that recommendation obviously came from, is the ones that are sort of falling through the gaps and maybe, you know, fulfilling their requirements under the Act by emailing the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League, but not actually working with their local rescue groups who are trying to put their hand up and say that they want to work with them. And it's more of a matter of, well then, who in those situations can help sort of bring those relationships together. If
I come back to what Brett said, it does have resourcing implications, and I'd probably rather the OLG were working to the exception rather than the rule when the relationships are strong. I mean, I'll give you an example. If I didn't have a relationship with the cat rescue leads, I would have bankrupted the council in whiskers, right? So, you know, you actually, there's a real reason why you want to build those relationships up. If there are exceptional councils, then I suspect there's also probably challenges in their management generally, and obviously we would look at that and take that seriously.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you some questions about Royal Sydney Golf Club. There was a controversial development approved that will see hundreds of trees cut down. And I understand that members of the local community are concerned about alleged breaches to the development application, including work starting outside of improvement times, lack of appropriate signage, and that there are concerns from the community that they've taken that to council and haven't had any action taken. I'm just wondering, are there obligations for local councils to monitor for potential DA breaches, or is that something that has to go to planning? Like, I mean, these are people that are coming to our office. You know, where are we best to send them?
Councils should be looking at compliance activities within their local council area. The specifics of that one I'm not familiar with, but if you want to send it to me, I'm happy to have a chat with the council. That
would be really...
Because it is a planning matter, so...
Yeah, thank you. Is there capacity for the Office of Local Government to intervene, or for the planning?
It would be planning.
Planning,
would be
and is there
at
capacity
breach
for
of
them to
DA
intervene?
Conditions. Look, there are 128 councils. There are, you know, literally tens of thousands of planning matters that are transacted. The majority of them go through, you know, sometimes without community support, but nonetheless without a breach of DA conditions.
Oh, sorry, I'm talking specifically about breaches to the DA itself.
Generally, we would be relying on councils to undertake their compliance activities. If there is a challenge within a particular council area, shortage of compliance officers, then there are occasions when the Department of Planning could intervene.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Because that's my understanding of this current situation, is the local council isn't acting. So that's really useful, thank you. Going back quickly to the pet registry, I know the initial pilot of the registry was focused on breeders. When can we see some pilots for rescue and rehoming organisations?
So I think the logic, the answer to that question, that's a hard question to answer because it's actually different to the way in which the structure of the registry is being created. there will definitely be channels and portals for the rehoming organisations, the enforcement agencies, and that will come as part of the third stage. The first stage is about getting the portal up and running and enabling the concept of a pet is born, it gets microchipped, it then is sold, and making sure that there's an ability to track those transactions and ensure that the pet is then, the owner of the pet is also registered and in the system. That process is what we are working to have by the end of June 2024.
Mm-hmm.
The next stage would be a series of enhancements to that process, which would roll out over from July 2024 to February 2025. Then it's the specific portal access that will come from March 2025 to June 2026, which is where you're talking about.
Yeah, I guess my question is, you know, obviously the way it's set up now has been specifically for breeders, or with that in mind, maybe not specifically for breeders, it's been set up for the registry of pets. But it's been set up with consideration of, as you say, an animal is born, an animal is sold, and then there's a transfer. But you know, there are huge problems in regards to the change of an adoption for an animal through the system. Animals can't be registered in the name of a rescue organisation. It has to be an individual, for example. So will that actually be considered and then included into this pet registry, or are we still going to sort of have these sort of gaps because at the moment that's not sort of included?
Look, that's the ambition, that we make the registration process easier and the process of changing the registration easier. I had to, you know, I've got a personal example where have to change the registration of my pet because of, you know, it was registered in my wife's name, and you know, when she passed away, that it had to be registered in my name, and that's not an easy process to do. So I use that as the sort of touchstone for me, as the personal example of how do you get those changes in registration happening quickly and effectively. But I might ask Ms. Bishop to just sort of expand on what we get out of that first stage in terms of that ease of access and change of the registration process.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Mr. Whitworth. Yes, in relation to that, as you would have heard Mr. Whitworth explain this morning, the focus at the moment is very much on building the technology to enable us to get a really good, solid registry. So while you say we're focused on the breeders, we're focused on breeders only in the sense that they are the first step in creating animals into the system. And we'll be looking then with the first stage rollout to be able to, as you say, get the breeders, the transfer to owners, the registration, the payments, that kind of thing. So setting up a good foundation for the system. What we'll be doing then is enhancing that particular aspect, but then from next year we'll start to look at portals and start to bring in other key stakeholders, and that's where the rehoming and rescue groups come in. But what we will be doing before that is starting to work with those groups to get an understanding of what they need from the portal, how they'll use it, whether they need to go in, whether it's primarily around identification of lost pets, whether there are issues around how they can transfer their own registration. You mentioned things about like a company logins versus an individual login. That's something we've actually identified in the context of discussions with vets, for example. So these are all features that we are looking to build into the system and which will be rolled out progressively. I would imagine that we will, as I said, we'll be starting those conversations long before we get to the sort of to next year, but we will probably really start looking at that functionality and how we can utilise it, having built it in probably from next year.
Thank you. Sorry, I think I'm taking 10 minutes as well. Sorry. I'm just wondering, with the planned upgrades, will it also address the fact that you know, someone who is adopting from a rehoming organisation can currently get free pet registration by actually going to the, if they physically go into their local council and register in person? Will the new upgraded system allow them to do that online?
Yes. So the system that we're building now is completely compliant with the Act and all the provisions under the Act. So where you've got zero registration fees, those provisions will be built into the new system too.
And it sounds like this whole system is, as it's being built, more and more is being looked into it and trying to make sure that it functions right. Is it going to need additional funding, or is the previous budget allocation at this point sufficient to cover the costs?
My advice is that the budget allocation is sufficient to cover the cost. The part of the delay is probably more some things that we had hoped to do concurrently we have to do progressively. So some of the testing, and this is where it gets, the sort of detail of working in a sandbox, which I think is quite apt for a pet registry perspective, but that process can't, you can't sort of have multiple people testing multiple processes at the same time. So we're not expecting any increase in the budget.
Thank you. Is it anticipated that there'll be any amendments to the Act or regulations to support the operations or any requirements under the new pet registry?
Sorry.
No, you can jump in.
Obviously, any amendments to the Act, any amendments to the regulation are, a decision for the Minister to take. But there may be opportunities to align process, probably much more in the regulations, to address some of these elements. We've been looking at that. I suppose our desire is to build a system that's consistent with the regulation that exists now. But if we're, if we're encountering something that is going to be a significant challenge, then we will look at whether we give the Minister advice about a potential reg change. I don't know that we've encountered any sort of system-threatening issues to this point. It's probably more just tweaks.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Dr. Filmer and Mr. Tracy. In regards to the pound, the number of inspections within the pound system, and I know, Dr. Filmer, you gave me that data recently, but can I get an update on the routine inspection numbers, if there's been any additional inspections since the last estimates hearing?
I've only got data for the financial years, so I'd have to take on notice if you want anything.
If you
for
could,
the recent
financial.
So just to clarify the time frame from last budget estimates
until now. Yeah.
Until now.
Yeah,
okay,
great.
thanks.
Thank you. And I'm wondering as well if any of the inspectorate authorities have actually raised issues with the Department of Primary Industries about the state of pound facilities.
No, there's been no.
Nothing's come.
No.
Nothing's come to you. Both RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League raised some pretty serious concerns in the inquiry into pounds in New South Wales. I'm wondering if you've had a chance to review some of their evidence and their concerns.
I haven't.
I saw some of that inquiry, but I haven't not recently reviewed it. If you're going to quiz me on it, no.
No, I don't have quiz questions on it. It was more just whether that has been looked into at all. Some of their concerns.
If there's any concerns that they have, they'll raise them. So if there was something currently going on that they had concern about, I work very closely with them, and they would raise those issues with us.
It's just interesting, I suppose, that you've said that they haven't raised any concerns to the DPI, but they did raise issues at the inquiry, and so it does sound like there maybe is that they haven't come to you with those concerns, but they have come to the inquiry with those concerns.
Can't comment on that.
Yeah, but certainly we would take those concerns on board as well. We want to hear about that and work with them. So, and we do work really quite closely with them. So,
thank you, Dr. Filmer. You'll recall that we discussed at the pound inquiry that the RSPCA raised concerns around the boarding code, and that it may be mandatory only be mandatory in some circumstances. Because POCTA regulation says it only applies to businesses in the course in which dogs and cats are boarded for fee or reward. Is this something that the DPI or possibly OLG even has looked further into? since that came forward?
Not that specifically at the moment. As you know, we're working towards the election commitments, so at the moment our focus is on the POCTA Act and regulation.
Thank you. Are you aware of the ongoing concerns within the sector around the boarding code, more generally, and the fact that councils and enforcement agencies are calling for it to be overhauled and modernised? Is that something that has come to the DPI?
I've heard that on occasion. I think we discussed it at one of the recent inquiries or budget estimates, I'm not sure which. Yes, that does get discussed, but as I said, the standards and guidelines and codes of practice at the moment are something that will be looked at after we've looked at the Act and regulation.
And is it your understanding that that pounds, because currently being regulated by a code under POCTA, whether it would make more sense to have standards and guidelines for pounds sort of on their own? Is that something that is your understanding might be sort of coming forward for consideration at some point?
There's certainly been discussion along those lines, but of course, even in the absence of a dedicated code, we do have POCTA, the Act and the regulation that are standing there at the moment to protect welfare.
Thank you. Just back to Mr. Whitworth. I want to ask you some questions about the 2022-23 pound data report, which was published on the OLG website. This latest report lists 10 councils as having no report, and there's no statistics available for those pounds. I'm just wondering if you can explain to me what that means or why there's no report.
Look, I'll probably get some assistance from either Ms. Bishop or Ms. Gibbs, but we write to the process of compiling information is that we write to councils and say you know there's certain things that you need to report to us on, and the pound utilisation is one of those. If they're not providing us with that with any report, then then it's a nil response, effectively saying that there hasn't been anything for them to report on. There is a degree to which our team does follow up, just to make sure that councils have not misplaced it or forgotten and so on. Can I, Ms. Bishop, I think that's in the performance area.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you can add to assist?
Yeah, no, that's right. So councils are required to submit their pound data to us annually, around about the end of October. We do collect that data. It's published on our website. We have identified that there are a number of councils that are regularly reporting that they have received or failing, sorry, they're not regularly reporting, that's the issue. They are failing to report. There's about 10 councils we've identified. So we have taken steps this year, now that we've got the data in, we will be reaching out to them and reminding them that they are required to report, seeking answers as to why they haven't, and just, trying to understand why that's happening a bit more. And then there are a couple of others that we're looking at too that do seem, we're looking at the data closely to see if there are any anomalies and things. But we're also aware through the work we do more broadly across the sector that sometimes if a council reports that, there's only been one animal to a pound, that simply is because the nature of the council and its community and stuff means that they have a very low requirement for pound services. But we do collect that data, and we are, as I say, taking a two-pronged approach to encourage councils to be more diligent in how they report it and following up the ones that haven't, and at the same time just looking at it a little bit more closely to see if there's any, as I said, standout anomalies in there.
Some of these councils do seem to be repeat offenders. For example, Bellingen Shire Council, Strathfield Council have given no report for the last 2 financial years. I'm assuming that, Strathfield Council wouldn't have had one animal. I mean, this seems quite concerning. Have they given any explanation as to why they have failed to report?
That's what we're seeking from them now.
Thank you. The opposition.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitworth, you'd be aware that the government undertook, or announced at least on the 12th of December, that they would undertake a review with respect to the emergency services levy. Now, of course, this has been an issue of contention for local government for some time. Has the Office of Local Government got any role in terms of that review on behalf of councils?
That review is being undertaken out of
Treasury.
The Treasury. We have been consulted, and I believe that there was an announcement yesterday by the Treasurer about some further consultation and engagement, but perhaps Mr Baxter can identify.
So, the Treasurer earlier in the week announced a stakeholder reference group, which has the President of LG New South Wales on that reference group. There is also internal government working group, which I'm representing the Office of Local Government on, which has met for the first time.
Okay, fantastic. And do you have any timelines in terms of when you expect...
that'd be a matter for the Treasurer.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we might turn back to, well, actually I'll start on this. So of course in November of 2023, October of 2023, new DA withdrawal guidelines were implemented for councils. Has there been the assessment done in terms of how these are working?
Look, I did ask for an update to the data. Unfortunately, I wasn't necessarily given the data that I was sorry, that sounds like I was... Please give me the data I want. I
get what you mean. You sometimes ask for things and you get something else back in response.
Yes, I wanted to have an understanding of, so we could see the change from the last point of data that we provided to the committee at the previous estimates to now. I'll continue to pursue that, but when I sort of got it, I looked at it and went, no, this is giving me sort of the data from 2021.
So you weren't able to see any impact or the like?
Yeah, not to see any impact, yeah.
No, thank you. Well, if you can take that on notice and endeavour to get that updated data, that would be certainly helpful. And just wanting to know if there are any other measures that the Office of Local Government are looking at in this space at all, and any reform that can be done in the Office of Local Government, well, in local councils' mechanisms through the Office of Local Government.
Probably not so much through the Office of Local Government. I think I provided evidence this morning about my role in the National Housing Accord process and assisting the Commonwealth to bring together my colleagues in other state jurisdictions. We did have the benefit of having the Australian Local Government Association, New South Wales Local Government, Local Government New South Wales, in those working group meetings, and a number of measures were potentially identified, but they will be put to it's got a terrible acronym called CEFA, the Commonwealth Federal Finance Relations.
Financial Relations, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, so but it's essentially the Council of Treasurers and Finance Ministers.
Yep.
So that's a process that is ongoing. We have actually been working with our colleagues across Homes New South Wales within the planning group of DeFi to give councils assistance and guidance on how they might utilise their own land holdings for the purposes of affordable housing or social housing projects, and the sort of policies, the processes, the risk management environment that they would need to put in place. That work is very close to being finalised, but not yet ready for release.
Thank you, Mr Whitworth. And Mr Whitworth, I promised this morning that we'd return to the Interagency Assessment Review Committee, and not many questions on that, but with respect to your role, were you the only person from the Office of Local Government who was sitting on that panel, or were there other individuals as well?
My recollection is that I was the only person from the Office of Local Government, yes.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to that as well, was any notification given to local government through the Office of Local Government about the TODSEP process or the like prior to its announcement?
Respectfully, that's not my role. The planning group undertook, through Minister for Planning's approval, undertook an engagement process with councils. I provided some views about how it was important to make sure that how you could better engage councils in terms of the narrative of the importance of providing housing and the narrative around infrastructure, which I believe the material that was used to consult and engage with councils has looked at that and picked that up. I'm not local government advocate. As I said before, my job is to ensure that there is a strong system of local government rules and regulations, a framework, if you like, within which councils can operate. Our job is to help them build capacity, capability, so councils can operate within that, and where there are requirements for enforcement, to make sure that occurs. If I have to become the advocate for local government, then that's the role for Local Government New South Wales.
Thank you, Mr Whitworth. I'll hand you over to Ms McDonald.
And I know you touched on this morning with regard to the 4.5 million to set up the strategic policy unit. I think I cut you off because I said I'd come back to it this afternoon. So would you be able to provide a timeline for the work that you're about to undertake, and and just update?
Well, I suppose the timeline, we are preparing documents for the Minister's consideration, so part of that will depend on the Minister's views about timeframes. We had been involved in a number of projects that have already come to fruition, so the work on the we worked very closely with the Independent Pricing and Regulation Tribunal around the draft terms of reference for the financial sustainability model. We've been compiling background material around case studies of code of conduct complaints to give an understanding not of necessarily the names but of the nature of the behaviours. So that work is ongoing. We've already started talking about how we need to undertake the way in which we carry out investigations differently. So we have instituted new processes around, instead of a complaint coming in and going all the way through the system and then popping up on my desk or the Secretary's desk, we have created a triage process whereby we can see that information coming in earlier, understand whether there are any trends, whether there are relationships with other complaints within that particular council area or trends about that sort of nature of behaviour. So we've already started spending the 4.5 million. Mr Baxter is my director that is running the unit. He has a number of people. We put ads in the newspapers. Sorry, that's very old-fashioned of me. We have put ads on I Work for New South Wales, the website, and we've had a very good positive response, which Mr Baxter, because I can't find the email, but Mr Baxter...
We did 4 different grade applications, and we've had over 150 applications, which closed on the weekend. So we're just currently going through the assessment process, and they were for short-term positions because of the budget funding that we've been provided, and so that was extremely positive that there's a willingness and people wanting to come and work for the Office of Local Government.
And when do you think you'll be fully operational? Like, when do you think people will be...
From my perspective, we're operational now.
Oh, okay.
We're doing the work, and we will, as we bring more people on, we'll be able to do higher volume. But at the moment, we're doing the work, as Mr Whitworth has said. We've done a range of preparatory materials for the Minister, and we're continuing to work.
I think it's important that 4.5 million was about creating a strategic policy unit to bolster the capacity of the Office of Local Government to deliver across a range of issues, and we're already starting to deliver on that.
And when you say short term, what's your definition of short term?
The budget was allocated. We received a $4.5 million allocation within last year's state budget. Obviously, like every, we're engaged in conversations with the Treasury about the next year budget bid.
Okay. And just a little bit off topic. So when councils are contacting the department, What are the three top issues that they sort of...
The department or Office of Local
Sorry,
Government?
Office of Local Government.
I think well, it's an interesting question because councils will contact us through their networks, and each part of the Office of Local Government has their own particular network. So the policy team, the people working on companion animals, the people working on the future of Central Darling. So it will vary. If you're talking about if someone from the community rings the Office of Local Government and is raising an issue or a question, quite often it'll be about council services. Quite often it'll be about more often than not, I think, planning. In which case we redirect them and say, that's best put to the Department of Planning. The planning part of the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, typically rates will also be something that and just questions about what process or procedure does a council need to follow to do something.
Okay, and so when they're talking to you about rates, are they canvassing special rate variations, or that would
councils, be... Are councils canvassing? Councils don't canvass special rate variations with us.
But community may?
The community may, if a council is proposing a special rate variation, the community may contact us about that. In that case, we will direct them to either, typically we direct people back to their council because that's where the best source of information will be. But in the case of a community member raising questions about a special rate variation, we'll also typically direct them to the Independent Pricing Regulatory Tribunal because they're undertaking the assessment of the special rate variation applications.
Can I add as well, having sat in Mr Whitworth's chair in the past, the inquiries you get are very dependent on where you are in council election cycles and other things that are occurring. When we were coming into the last council election, you were going to get lots of inquiries about council elections. When Valuation New South Wales reissues their information, you get more inquiries about rates and values of property. So it's very dependent on macro activity, what type of inquiries you get through OLG.
Yeah. So just on that, with say, we've got local council elections in September. With the Office of Local Government, and you've got, say, 2 different bills before the House at the moment, are those bills being taken into consideration in preparing for the election, or it's just full steam ahead for you regardless of those 2 bills, whether they get enacted or not, or is that too much of a hypothetical?
It is a bit of a hypothetical. However, we have regular conversations with the Electoral Commission, and they are already preparing for the September 2024 elections, as you would expect, and the process of their preparations and the potential, because we have 4 councils returning from administration to elected councillors. Central Darling is one where we are still continuing to talk about the model for that. So that is an area where there is a challenge. We have Snowy Valleys and we have Inner West that are in a demerger proposal environment, in that they have proposals in front of the Boundaries Commission. We have Cootamundra Gundagai that is coming back into the process. I suppose where I have been working at the moment is to try and ensure that we have the greatest degree of flexibility and to keep the options open as long as we possibly can. Unfortunately, sometimes the process, the logistics of an election tend to close those options down, but we're not yet at the point where options are closed.
So as far as you're concerned, the elections will be held in September, barring a pandemic or something like that?
There is a rumour that is flying around that the elections are going to be postponed.
I keep hearing that rumour. Yeah.
So are you going to confirm or deny?
Well, not for either of us.
Not from us.
I haven't heard that rumour.
We are certainly working on the full assumption, as is, I can, say fairly reasonably, the Electoral Commission that September 14 is the election.
Yeah. Barring those few anomalies with councils that may or may not have gone through their...
Yes, but again, my approach is to keep the options open as far as I possibly can.
Mm-hmm. Just on that, just from my local newspaper, so has Gyra, who used to be a standalone council, but is now part of Armidale Regional Council, are they in the mix there at all?
There's no de-amalgamation, de-merger proposal from Armidale Regional Council at the moment. No.
Okay. I think. Do you have any more questions? I would like to.
Sorry, back to the crossbench for the rest of the afternoon. I just wanted to continue to just ask a couple of questions around those pound statistics. If the councils continue to fail to comply, what action will be taken to escalate the issue?
So we can, obviously there'll be a stepped process of escalation right to them in the first instance. We'll go and talk to them. Probably actually we'll reverse that. We'll go and talk to them first and then write. Also, if I can, as Departmental Chief Executive, I can exercise powers under the Local Government Act to, require them to provide information, so we can do that. The challenges that we have under the Local Government Act, I suppose, is that we either have drastic and draconian powers through performance improvement orders or an administration or a public inquiry. There are not those sort of short course correction mechanisms, but we do use the request for information, the ability to undertake what we call preliminary inquiries as an instrument to obtain information from councils and sometimes to, hopefully do some minor course corrections. I think this is an example where there would be some value in us sending those sorts of letters out and looking to see whether we can get an improvement for the next financial year. The other thing I have been working on as part of the Audit Office process of improving the regulatory stance of the Office of Local Government is a compliance calendar. The compliance calendar, it will unfortunately be quite a long and comprehensive calendar, but explaining to councils this is the information we need at these particular points in time will be useful. And of course, putting aside, I know we've talked a lot about the pet registry and the build and data and so on, but moving the Office of Local Government into a much more data-driven, a much more data-driven, but a much more data-capable organisation, it would be great to actually be able to get that information from councils without having to write letters and so on, that we'd have a much easier digital transfer of information.
Thanks. So my understanding then is, obviously other than sort of writing a letter and potentially visiting them, if they continue to fail to comply with that requirement, there's not a lot that can be done by OLG in that situation?
It's not that there's not a lot that can be done. It then jumps up to a much more extreme level of activity, yes.
Yeah, okay. When these pound statistics are received from council, and I understand what you're saying, you're sort of moving more into that sort of a digital space, is any analysis being done to determine whether there are any trends or issues around rehoming or euthanasia rates?
I would, we did use some of that information as part of that earlier rehoming report, and I think that there is a reasonably rich vein of data that we can use to do that. Again, it's probably a question of resources and priorities in terms of how we can apply that information. I'd like to get to that point where, this is what I said, when we, far more data capable organisation, that we can automate a number of those analyses, but I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah, we certainly take an interim look at the figures and numbers that come in, just to see if anything really jumps out, or if there's any sort of reason to at least pick up the phone and say, look, what's going on here. But I think to Mr. Whitworth's point, certainly more can be done, and that'd be fair.
Yeah, and maybe perhaps when it moves more digitally, that'll be much easier anyway to be able to actually do that. You know, when I look at some of the numbers, you know, some councils do stand out to me as having very high euthanasia rates and very low rehoming rates. Is that something that OLG has one of those phone calls and reaches out to one of those councils to see?
Yeah, probably not in that instance. It's more anomalies in data, things not adding up, and things more along those veins.
And is that also, again, a resource issue, that there's just not the ability for the OLG to kind of offer support to those councils, or do you believe that that's entirely out of the remit of OLG's position?
Look, I don't want to be the bureaucrat that constantly, says that I've got no resources, but I mean, the Office
That's
of
right,
Local
I put that in my question for you. So.
The Office of Local Government certainly is a small organisation. There's also a philosophic question here about councils are elected to be and run as local, democratically organised government government entities, and have their own roles and responsibilities that they need to comply with. I don't want to get into the situation where we have to enforce and regulate everything and every variation and we want to get councils to be self-regulating. They are a tier of government that should be in that area of self-regulation. We talk about the sort of the regulation pyramid, and that's why I talk about creating the system of rules and processes, the framework, building the capability, and enforcement only in the rarest of circumstances. I sometimes feel like that enforcement pyramid is turned upside down, where people say you need to be regulating councils to do this, to do that, to do this, where they are actually their own self-governing entities. That's my focus and approach as a regulator, to build that capacity so they can take those responsibilities on themselves. Thank you.
Something else I noticed when I looked at some of the more recent statistics against the year prior is that while we're seeing cat euthanasias dropping, am I right to say that dog euthanasia has had a small increase?
Can we take that on notice? Because I'd like to be able to check the numbers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beyond just looking at it myself.
Yeah, if you could check the numbers, and then on notice to just let me know if you have any sort of information as to if that has increased, why that might be potentially increasing.
Because we did see quite a significant drop in dog euthanasia rates as a result of the amendments to the Companion Animals Act, and the obligation to undertake a rehoming process. So if it's doing a slight uptick, we'd like to probably understand that.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Whitworth, you've said a couple of times today that councils have an obligation to have access to some kind of a pound facility. I'm just wondering which act or regulation or something that is under?
The Companion Animals Act.
Can you point me to the relevant section of the Act?
The relevant section that I'm
happy for you to take that on notice.
I would be happy to take that on notice. I suppose the general principle is that Companion Animals Act provides a number of regulatory powers for local government to operate and enforce, and one of those is to deal with dangerous dogs. One of those is to deal with the collection of animals that are lost or I don't have probably the right...
Section 5.
Section 5? Okay, I'm being told it's Section 5, but we can also provide that in a bit more detail in the
Yeah, if you could give me a bit more detail about... because it sounds like what you're saying now is that the obligation is actually that they take, like that they have to collect an animal or something, rather than specifically have access to a pound, or am I...
Well, if they collect an animal, they have to deal.
Yeah,
they
yeah,
have to
there has to
take
be a
it
location.
somewhere. So
Yeah.
that on that logic flow, they have to have access to a pound. I've been very careful in that because that nothing that we don't want to necessarily stop councils from working with their neighbouring councils to have combined pound facilities, which actually means that they can hopefully offer a better standard and quality of care, you know, improved access to for rehoming organisations, and at the end of the day, that's the principle that Sydney Dogs and Cats is built on, that they're providing pound services for 6 different councils in the Sydney area.
At the same time, you know, councils aren't required to notify OLG if a facility closes. I'm just wondering if councils have an obligation to have access. Shouldn't they be advising OLG if they've sort of temporarily or permanently closed one of these facilities?
No, look, we can look at that. I keep coming back to, I mean, the obligation exists that if they collect an animal, that they need to be able to take it somewhere so that it's safe and well cared for. I do know that there has been, you know, the Blue Mountains example where the potential closure by or the exiting out of the management of the Katoomba facility by the RSPCA has raised this concern that there won't be a pound for the Blue Mountains area. I also know that there have been circumstances where councils have needed to temporarily close their pounds because of concerns about diseases and viruses, but they were still operating the pound. They were just closing access to people to come in. I'm not sure what I would do with that information other than to be aware and to document it, because I don't have the ability to go in and regulate how the council is operating its pound, as we've discussed at some length.
Dr. Amanda Conn?
I was interested in exploring the changes to regulations that I understand were made in 2021 that included specific provisions for councils to financially support councillors that had carer responsibilities. This was about provision of childcare. I understand that that's in the regulations as a recommendation to councils. Could you explain in what way that's been broadly implemented, or is it actually monitored that that's been done?
I'm looking at Ms. Gibbs to see whether she can answer that question. Are you able to provide any assistance?
Yeah, I can. So you're correct, the regulation was changed to require councils to include in their expenses and facilities policy the provision of childcare for all councillors. We're not aware that it's been a problem that councils have failed to comply with that requirement. So if you've got information about that you'd like to share with us, we can certainly look into that for you.
Okay, thank you. I won't air that now, but I had on the note of early childhood education, so coming away from childcare for counsellors but to childcare provided by councils. There was an ACCC report that came out recently that noted how many not-for-profit early childhood education facilities are actually run by councils, but that meeting the requirements of that report may involve additional fees compared to for-profit services. What dialogue have you had with councils about this issue? Is there any support being provided for fee relief or helping them to navigate that?
This would actually be probably more in the area of education, and you know it's not within the Office of Local Government's remit how council, you know, the specific service standards that they would need, or the decision or the election to have childcare services that they provide.
Okay. Is it something that you've received any feedback about from councils?
Not me personally, no.
I had a few questions about post-disaster recovery funding, so including the Infrastructure Betterment Fund and others as well. One of the examples I've been given was that Hawkesbury Council, which I understand is the only council in metropolitan Sydney that runs a sewer system, they had a catastrophic pipe breakage caused by repeat flooding, and now they have a $35 million repair bill. I understand that the government has not at this stage provided any financial support for that when it has been provided in other parts of the state that were disaster impacted. Why have those different areas been treated differently?
So there's a couple of points there. Firstly, remembering that the disaster recovery funding is typically provided under an agreement between the state and the Commonwealth, and there are certain obligations and processes that need to be met. And the responsible agency for that is the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. So I would be concerned about us venturing into any territory about how what's called DRFA processes are occurring. The Office of Local Government is from time to time called on to be a conduit for government decisions to provide funding directly to councils. So we, during the Northern Rivers floods in March 2022, we were asked to be the conduit for funds for a number of different processes and projects and or funding, recovery funding for councils, which isn't necessarily DRFA funding. But Mr. Baxter can talk about the funds that we provided to those North Coast councils and maybe a little bit about the difference between that and Hawkesbury.
Yeah, so there was a state government commitment to provide some water and sewer, to provide for water and sewer infrastructure for Northern Rivers councils, and I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but it is a matter for the Reconstruction Authority and Ministers Scully and Dibb. But what typically water and sewer infrastructure isn't funded under disaster funding because it's not considered an essential public asset, because it typically gets commercial revenue in terms of its water and sewer charges, means that it's not treated by the Commonwealth Government. But Reconstruction Authority are the experts on that, and they're better off doing that. I know the Water and Sewer Fund was completely funded by the state government.
So just to clarify, that Hawkesbury Council applying for funds under the Disaster Recovery Fund program, which has Commonwealth and state obligations and requirements. The Northern Rivers councils received funding straight from the government, straight from the state, which wasn't part of the DRFA process.
Okay. And the Office of Local Government was only the conduit for that money.
So
the policy setting that excluded so the policy setting that excluded Hawkesbury wasn't your decision.
The policy setting that excludes Hawkesbury is not so much a policy setting that excludes Hawkesbury, it's a policy setting that excludes the provision of funding under the Disaster Recovery Fund agreement to entities that undertake commercial activity, and because the water utility is considered to be an entity undertaking commercial activity, that's why they're not eligible, as I understand it. That said, I know that Hawkesbury is raising the case, and it's a matter for Minister Scully and Minister Dibb in terms of how successful they'll be in presenting an argument.
And OLG, just to confirm, OLG played no role in the administration of the water and sewer funding. That went directly through the Reconstruction Authority and Public Works.
Okay, and that exception based on sewer being treated as commercial, so an exception was made for the Northern Rivers.
Well, it's state funding. It's not done outside of. It's done outside of DRFA.
This is where the Disaster Recovery Fund agreement funding, Commonwealth and state. The agreement is you've got to meet certain categories and requirements, and then the state pays half, the Commonwealth pays half. The money that went to the councils for their water and sewer provision in the Northern Rivers didn't use the DRFA process at all.
Okay.
So it was just direct state money.
Okay, and that was limited to the Northern Rivers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for enlightening me. So coming back to specifically the Infrastructure Betterment Fund, I understand that this has had an unintended consequence of disrupting budgetary cycles, particularly for very small rural councils, because it's concentrated their expenses and now they've got higher depreciation. Have you had feedback on that, and are there any measures being considered to address it?
The depreciation issue is not something that I've had feedback on that specific matter. The issue is there is a delay, a time lag. Obviously, you've just had a disaster event. There are people crying out for you to make sure that they can get from their house to their place of business or whatever, and a road needs to be prepared. So the councils will go in, repair the road, and then claim the money back later. That has created a process of concern for councils from a financial perspective, that there is a delay in providing a delay in sourcing the repayment of the funding, the spending that they've made. There is a broader issue here also about what is funded. Is the road to be built to the same standard that it was originally, or is it to be built to a better standard? There is a lot of conversation and discussion about how the Disaster Recovery Fund Agreement process works, and there have been identification that New South Wales could probably do something better and different. Those are matters for the Reconstruction Authority, and they're managing that. If I can take it up to a policy perspective, one of the outcomes of the O'Kane Fuller inquiry was that we need to be thinking about state disaster mitigation planning more effectively to prepare and anticipate for disasters, and that we need to push that down to the local level through disaster adaptation plans that each council would be preparing. And that's where I'm trying to position the Office of Local Government to be somewhere that can provide assistance, guidance, be the conduit, so that those disaster adaptation plans are able to anticipate this is a road in a floodplain. If we build it to this standard now, then it will actually enable us to recover more quickly and more effectively. And they're almost a business case to seek funding before a disaster to be prepared for a disaster.
And apologies, Dr. Kwan, just to ensure that we don't mislead the committee. Recently, councils, especially across the Riverina, have raised with me the issue of the depreciation as a result of some of those grant programs and funding.
Okay. Am I allowed to have a quick follow-up of what's been your response?
There's 5 minutes.
Oh, there's 5 minutes. Excellent. What's been your response?
In terms of the response, look, so the large criticism, concern raised with us has been on the back especially of repairing fully depreciated assets and doing the betterment element. It's had unintended consequences, especially on some of the smaller councils with budgetary problems of both increased operational expenses and the depreciation element coming into the budget. There are also provisions made to exclude some of the usual capital reporting requirements and approvals that would usually take place, which has meant that sort of things, and look, there were obvious reasons why they were exempt from those requirements, trying to get dollars out the door quickly to repair the assets and to make sure that community had ease of access and could continue to traverse where they're supposed to be going, but they have recently raised that concern. In terms of the work done to investigate that, it's only been a recent concern raised with us, so nothing's been done to date. But yeah, I just didn't want to give the impression that councils hadn't raised it when they had.
Raised as in last week raised.
Raised as last week raised.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'm interested to hear what can be done, and I understand, as you've agreed, that it's an issue particularly affecting very tiny councils with very small budgets, that obviously larger councils have been able to absorb this differently.
If it's okay, I think there's some, I hate to open up a conversation about depreciation, but depreciation is about identifying what the utilisation of an asset is now and into the future. It's not about cash. So it's not taking cash out of the council's budget.
I understand that, but the
Yeah.
councils are also
Sure,
responsible for
conversation
all sorts of ratios, etc., imposed on them that they have to meet in an audit. So
Which is absolutely a really reasonable response, and I have been saying to councils, my frustration with the ratios is that they're not picking those issues up. My concern about how councils operate are what's their liquidity, what's their are they meeting services. Yes, they need to make sure that they've got a reasonable and ongoing investment in infrastructure, but having a performance ratio that's measured at the end of the year that doesn't include development contributions but does include depreciation, we can do better.
One of the elements we recognise is we don't want to see a council saying no to funding to repair their assets because they can't accommodate the depreciation on their balance sheet or something.
Absolutely. And then my follow-up question, which is sort of getting exactly to that point. We know that these assets need to be rebuilt fairly urgently. Ideally, they should be built back better so that we're not just in this same cycle. But I understand in some council areas, maintenance is a challenge, staffing is a challenge, actually being able to implement those projects quickly when they're given funding has been a challenge. What's the Office of Local Government been doing to support them?
I think this is... I made the point about disaster adaptation planning because it's about planning ahead for disasters and making sure that the infrastructure that you can build can recognise that, and seeking upfront funding through disaster recovery funding agreement processes that you might invest more money now, but it will mean that you don't need to invest as much. You're not investing money in recovery later because the infrastructure asset can withstand the disaster event. And this has been the success of the Queensland Reconstruction Authority and how they've been able to apply their model and their approach. So that's probably where the Office of Local Government wants to get in and help councils in that perspective.
Sorry, I was just going to say, Reconstruction Authority are also doing a lot of work in this space, and so they've started a piece of work looking at the funding model and how it applies and how it works. I also know that Regional New South Wales more generally has looked at the way it does some of its infrastructure grants to basically allow for better costings for councils and better allowing so things like increased amount for project management costs, increased contingencies, where the old school grant programs would have just cut them short and sort of basically said we're going to shave the project management costs, or we're not going to fund that, or we're going to shave contingency, where there's a much greater realisation within government that these are legitimate costs of providing the infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you. The committee will now break for afternoon tea and be back at 3:45.
was good.
Thank you. We're not going to go on a clock with the. We will be concluding early. At some point, we're just going to finish whatever questions that each of us have. Mr. Whitworth, my office is often contacted by concerned community members and rescue groups who tell me that some pounds, particularly in regional and rural areas, are not open to the public every day. In fact, some of them apparently operate very limited hours or by appointment only. It can be very difficult to contact a ranger to get access to the animals. I'm just wondering if this is something that has come to OLG as a concern to be dealt with in any way?
Not in a, not that I'm aware of, not in a, there may be individual issues. I was aware, for example, of the, I can't remember which, there were a number of councils that closed their pounds because of the outbreak. I thought it was the parvovirus that they needed to restrict people from accessing. And I'm also conscious that some of the rural councils will, need to manage their workload in and around the availability of a ranger. But again, if it's an issue that if it's an issue that needs to be raised, then we can look at it. The flip side always of these conversations is there's a staffing impost, there's a cost impost on the council, and we're trying to encourage councils to operate as efficiently as they possibly can to meet expectations about standards and service delivery that the community has a say in and can talk to their councillors about, and make sure that their councillors are advocating and influencing what those levels of standards are. If the Office of Local Government, if we put a recommendation to the Minister about some sort of regulation requiring, opening of pounds, even if it was standard operating hours, that would be an impost on local government, and I dare say I would next read about that in the cost shifting report. This is that fine balance, and I suppose I think a question was asked this morning about the expectations of how services are delivered and the IPART inquiry. I was hoping that some of those issues would be looked at as part of the IPART inquiry. I'd explain to people that it's fundamentally an equation of three things: service delivery, expectations, revenue and expenditure, and getting a balance between all three based on community expectations. And if you can't balance all three, then what are the issues that are preventing that? But your question, if there are concerns, we'd be happy to look at it and to see what influence we can use to encourage councils to make their services more available to members of the community, but more importantly, I think, to the rehoming organisations.
Thank you. Last time we spoke about the Companion Animals Fund, and you said that you felt there was an opportunity there to look at how we can get more bang for buck with respect to the fund, rather than giving a small rebate to each council. Can you further expand on what you mean by this, and were there any steps are being taken to be able to use that fund more effectively?
No steps yet, but the team within the office have looked at some potential options that they've put to me. I haven't considered them in any detail, and I'll need to talk to the Minister because it could well be a shift in policy that I want to make sure that he was comfortable with that. I think I keep coming back to a couple of probably statistics that those large councils where there are lots of registrations do get the lion's share, and I mean a huge amount of money. Whereas smaller councils, I think for me, the issue was a council where we were giving them after a quarter $29, And I just don't see how that helps to run a pound, to provide education services, whereas if we could talk about that council in combination with the other councils in its area, we could be talking about potentially running some pet registry, some pet education programs and so forth. The stat that I was looking at, 79% of councils get less than 1% of the fees coming through. So obviously we need to do something different, and that's something that we're looking at now. The team's given me some ideas. It's in my intro.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks for that update.
And sorry, the only other thing I'd add to that answer is, in light of all of the other inquiries and things going in that space, it's also useful for us to sort of recognise whatever recommendations may come out of that in light of how that funding's spent in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Whitworth, at the last estimates you said that Responsible Pet Owners Group had not been resurrected, but that you were in the process of putting together advice to the Minister around this. Is there any update on that and whether the group might be re-established?
No advice on timing. Again, the team has put something together. It's for some reason it feels like we were only here in November.
Yeah.
And we had Christmas in between, and we've been doing a few other things in the meantime. But yes, there are some options that have been put forward in terms of what we can do for that group, and whether it's resurrecting that group or whether it's about a different group with similar membership. Those are things that we need to discuss with the Minister.
Yeah, thank you. And I also wanted to ask about the Centre for International Economics rehoming of companion animals in New South Wales. I know we talked about that last time, but when I was reviewing the transcript, it still wasn't quite clear to me whether there's a plan to finalise that report or if it's going to remain in just draft form.
I think the issue that I had is that it was policy by another policy by a consultant, and I would prefer that we have a policy by government. So certainly there were, there is a lot of information there. There's a wealth of information. That information is accessible through the draft report. There's probably value in how we might release that additional info, any changes between the draft and any finalisation of the report. However, we've got the cat containment conversation happening through the Animal Welfare Committee. We have the pounds inquiry through
this committee. We have a number of matters that I think it's public knowledge, and I don't want to go into them too much, but the media is reporting on coroner reviewing a number of cases which will provide recommendations as well. There is the reform process that my colleagues in the Department of Primary Industries are pursuing in terms of the animal welfare reforms. There's to wade into the space with, here is a new policy around companion animals, isn't probably the right time at the moment. We want to wait and see what comes out, and then bring that CIE report forward and say, okay, what can we use to actually create a policy that we can put to government? Great, thank you. Registered rehoming organisations are required to report annually to OLG. I was wondering if those reports are ever compiled to get a picture around rehoming rates and statistics.
I believe that they were used to help support some of the CIE work. Is there any more detail, Ms Bishop or Ms Gibbs, that no? Is that something that as OLG moves to more digital platforms will be included? Hopefully, yes. Great, thank you. And I've just lastly got a few questions for Dr. Filmer, and these are quite specific, so please feel free to take them on notice. At the Pound inquiry, you said that in the last 3 years, the Animal Welfare League had issued one PIN and RSPCA had issued one 24N notice. And you said Animal Welfare League had an ongoing investigation, but you didn't know the outcome of that yet. I was wondering if there was an update on that investigation, if you're able to comment.
Yes, I don't have the names of those particular cases, so but I have got the data here for the last couple of years. So in 21-22, Animal Welfare League had 0 infringements, and RSPCA issued one 24N notice. In 22-23, Animal Welfare League undertook 2 inspections. They didn't issue any infringement notices, and RSPCA undertook 1 inspection and didn't issue any infringement notices.
Thank you. In regards to the ongoing investigation by the Animal Welfare League, is that closed now then?
If it's in that time frame, yes. So according to the data I've got here, which is for the 22-23 financial year,
could I get you to
all
just
of the
check that on
investigations
notice?
are closed.
Could I get you to take that one on notice then, just in regards to the ongoing investigation that you mentioned at the Pound inquiry, what the outcome of that specific investigation was?
I can chase that up for you, yep.
Thank you.
I'll take that on notice.
And the 24N notice that was issued by the RSPCA, do you know which pound that this was issued to?
Yes, it was to the Burke Pound.
Burke Pound. And what was the basis of the 24N notice?
I haven't got that detail here.
Could I ask you to take it on notice?
I can. I may or may not be able to provide that information.
That's okay. Whatever you are able to provide, and whether that notice was actually complied with to any knowledge that you may have.
Well, there's been no infringement notice, and so according to this data, there's no further action required. So I'd say that would mean it's been actioned.
Has there ever been a prosecution of a council pound for a breach of POCTA or the regulations ever, to as far as the records go? Well, again, I'm happy for you to take that one on notice.
I'd have to take that on notice because, as I said, I've got data here from 2021 financial year, so the last 3 financial years, and certainly in that time there's no indication. Actually, there's 1 PIN, so not a prosecution, but a PIN issued.
PIN.
Yeah, back in 2021.
Yeah, thank you. And in regards to the 24N notice at Burke, could I also ask to take on notice when that was issued, and then also any other details that you're able to supply to us in regards to that?
That was issued on the 19th of November 2021, and as I said, I think that's the same question as you asked me before. I can see if I can find out any more details, but I may or may not be able to get that for you.
I understand. Thank you so much for that. Dr. Amanda Conn.
I just wanted to come back to Mr. Walther. You took a question this morning about the asbestos, and I was pleased to hear that you were involved in the task force. Could you just elaborate on the work that's being done supporting councils? I think I cut you off to go back to the minister this morning.
Yeah, and look, from the onset, I should probably premise the answer with the task force and the investigation has been focused on a particular contaminant material, and so there is no requirement for councils on the whole to go out and test all asbestos mulch, and there's no need for the community to be concerned because there's a park with mulch in it. That said, in relation to the instances of contamination that have been confirmed, one of the main things that we're looking at doing now is developing a standardised protocol for the cleanup. So in terms of the testing costs were covered by the EPA, and there's a dedicated fund for that testing. But the question now becomes on the sort of the remediation costs. Mechanisms as part of that protocol just to standardise what type of cleanup's required, and also get standardised certificates around the type of asbestos, so that when that material gets taken to a disposal facility, they know exactly what it is, and sort of the prices and things like that.
Okay, and how's that process, I guess, been communicated to the public? I think, particularly local government councillors are feeling a lot of pressure from the community about the urgency of, replacing mulch quickly and being able to reopen parks. Are you supporting the councils by actually communicating this stuff to the public?
Yeah, so in terms of the specific sort of details around the protocol and how that's being relayed to councils,
EPA and SafeWork have been meeting with councils, affected councils, and providing that information to them. And so I could probably take on notice, or potentially for the environment estimates tomorrow, sort of how far along the EPA are in those specific discussions with councils. I know meetings were had with the City of Sydney earlier this week to relay that with them. I'm just not sure of the status of Penrith and Inner West.
Thank you. And you may need to take this one on notice too, but I'm most interested in that time frame for the protocols so that councils can get on with replacement.
Yeah, it's certainly imminent. It's been it's number one priority now. We did have to take a staged approach to it. It was the contract tracing in the first instance, and that was the priority, to try and track down where that material went. And then once it was determined where that was, priority was then sort of how do you fence that off and minimise sort of the risk of that material. But now we're very much in the remediation stage. 6 sites to date, and that's not just council sites, that's of the 71 or 73 that had contaminant material. 6 to date have been fully remediated, but we're in that remediation stage for the bulk of it.
Okay, thanks. And I also wanted to come back to the questions I asked the Minister this morning about supporting councils to be able to run events safely, and particularly events for the LGBTQI+ community. I understand that ACON's doing an online safety seminar series. Has the OLG been involved in that? Will you be sending a representative to attend it?
I'm not aware of it. If ACON want to make contact with us, I'm happy to identify that through the external newsletter that we provide as well. So that's a useful channel to provide information out. I attended at least the first part of the City of Sydney safety seminar that ACON worked with the City of Sydney to put on. I do think that those seminars are really important, and would be more than happy to help publicise their existence. Certainly I'm sure one of our governance team would like to tune in so that they're aware, and if there's any issues or improvements that we can flag, make, we'd be happy to pick that up.
We can also provide that information to our staff network, Rainbow Connections, who will then be able to get it out more broadly, because we obviously, outside of Office of Local Government, we also produce and deliver events as well.
Yeah, thank you. When I was reading the information about the summit, it says that it's actually been designed specifically to provide practical application and reach the appropriate council staff.
Terrific.
And there's obviously a role for the OLG there in just helping to facilitate that connection. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Scott Farlow.
Thank you. One last question. And this one's probably to you, Ms Fishburn. With respect to Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, I understand there's a functional review that's ongoing at the moment in terms of the department, and just wondering if that has any impact on the Office of Local Government, particularly with directors and executive directors and the capacity within the Office of Local Government.
No impact on Office of Local Government.
Thank you.
So this should be where I point out that I have all my directors and my executive director here.
Thank you. Is there any government questions?
Well, just to that. So in terms, sorry, one last question to that. So in terms of the government's 15% reduction in senior executive staff, is the Office of Local Government impacted by that target, or
the target's held by the department as a whole. Obviously, we need to look at making sure as we reach the target that we don't disadvantage the smaller agencies. So I'm very alive to that and the potential issue on Office of Local Government, and I'll manage that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Government questions? No? Wonderful. Thank you. Was there any questions that were taken on notice that anybody wants to address now before we...
Look, there were some, but I think that probably some more written, more fulsome responses probably appropriate to...
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful.
Chair, can I thank the committee for their courtesy and professionalism towards my staff. It's really appreciated. We're all passionate local government professionals, and as you can tell, happy to talk about it, and we appreciate the questions and the way in which they were delivered. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. That's good feedback to get. Thank you to all of our government officers that have attended today. The committee secretary will be in touch in regards to any questions that were taken on notice, but also if there's any supplementary questions from the committee as well. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.